Good evening and welcome everyone to the budget meeting tonight. Agenda item 1, announcements. So I have a couple of announcements. My first announcement is we will be calling for a break slightly earlier today, so those colleagues, including myself who are fasting, are able to break their fast and make their obligatory prayer. So we will be having a break for about half an hour. I will look to call the break just before 5:55 as it's a specific time that we need to be breaking our fast, and if we could come back half an hour after that. So when I break, I'll work out what half an hour is and I'll let you know what time we're coming back. Council will consider the budget motion of Cabinet at agenda item 7. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. We will consider the amendments in the order that they were received by the Chief Executive. Following the debate on the motion and amendments, each amendment shall be voted upon in turn. Please note that in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, all voting on the budget item shall be a recorded vote, which shall be done by using the voting consoles. Please note that the mover of an amendment shall have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. All of the speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. Each member may speak to the substantive motion and once to the amendments. Please can councillors make it clear whether they are speaking to the motion or an amendment. If all amendments fall, there will be an opportunity for comments on the motion, but only from councillors who have not previously spoken on the Cabinet motion. If an amendment is approved, it then becomes a substantive motion. No further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the amended substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. In the event that neither the Cabinet motion nor any amendments are carried, I shall call for an adjournment to allow for the discussion and submission of further amendments in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.5, and breakout rooms have been allocated for groups, and your group leaders and business managers should be aware of which rooms have been allocated to them. Under the provisions of Council Procedure Rule 16.2, the meeting may continue past 9 p.m. if required without a vote to extend the time of the meeting. Hopefully that won't be the case. So those are my announcements. Announcements by the Chief Exec.
Thank you, Mayor. Members are reminded of the provisions of Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992 in relation to agenda item 7. This means that if you are present today and an amount of council tax is payable by you and has remained unpaid for at least 2 months, you should at the meeting and as soon as practicable after the commencement disclose the fact that Section 106 applies to you, and shall not vote on the item in question at agenda item 7. If this applies to you, you may speak on the item but not vote. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence? Councillor Richard Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have apologies from Councillor Lisa Holmes. Tony McGrath is going to be attending, but he's slightly late, stuck in traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sokol, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think Councillor Wells Simpson will be coming a bit late. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other apologies? Councillor Cahoot, could you press your console, please? Yeah.
Mayor, Councillor Aziz Daji gives his apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Munro.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Ashley Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other apologies? No. Okay. Agenda item 3, minutes of the previous meeting of Council. I move that the minutes of the meeting of Council held on the 12th of February 2025 be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smage. Please vote by show of hands. That is carried. Agenda item 4, interests. So a list of granted dispensions has been provided. Members who have any other interests should disclose their interests now. Are there any interests to declare? Councillor Greaves.
Yeah, it's just to say that my name should have been on that list. It's been resolved, but it should be on the list.
Thank you. Okay. Can I remind any members who have declared an interest to complete the form by the end of the meeting, please, and you can hand it in to the clerk. Agenda item 5, additional meeting of the Council, reference from Corporate Governance and Audit Committee. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll keep this brief. The papers are before you. This matter was considered at Corporate Governance and Audit, as it says, on a couple of occasions. There was a cross-party view that, given that we don't have any elections this year, it would be appropriate for us to have a meeting in April to enable us to comment on matters that may be important to our residents. Otherwise, we will be in a position that after the February meeting, we wouldn't get an opportunity to raise questions or ask questions at a meeting until July. I think it's probably sufficient. I would formally move that this report be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Yes. Councillor Homewood.
Seconded, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any comments on this matter? Councillor John Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would hope that next year, even though there are elections, and they're quite the election, they're the all-outs, I would hope that we would still be able to find time to have a council meeting in April, even if it's right at the very beginning of the month, to avoid the pre-election period. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Right of reply, Councillor Taylor.
Just to reply to Councillor Lawson, say we are looking at that at the moment. We have been discussing that through Corporate Governance and Audit. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote. Please vote by show of hands. All those in favour? I think that's unanimous. That's carried. I all knew you were fond of me in this chair, but I didn't think you'd be voting for another meeting. Agenda item 6, which is our council plan for 25-26. Again, reference from Cabinet. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really very happy to present the new council plan today for this council's approval. In the context of long-standing challenges for the council, this year's council plan sets out our commitment to continue to serve the people of Kirklees, to make things better where needed, enable thriving communities now and over the longer term. It starts with getting the basics right. In the past few years have been tough for councils across the country. We've had to make some difficult decisions in recent years that have helped us to remain on a stable financial footing. And later tonight, of course, we will be discussing our next year's council budget. Alongside the budget, this plan helps us to turn a corner here in Kirklees, which is why they are both here together alongside each other. They inform one another. They create a stable platform to fund vital services. And this year, I want us to focus on getting the basics right for residents, whether that's reporting an issue or seeking advice about the hundreds of services that we offer. So I've asked officers to ensure we continue to improve the customer experience, especially for those services most of us use. Every day, we deliver a large variety of services to people across Kirklees, doing brilliant things for people in need. And we know that sometimes it is difficult for people to interact with us, and there's always room to do better and make it easier for residents to deal with us. So whether it's providing better information, keeping residents better informed, or training our brilliant staff, it's about doing these simple things well. But it's also about larger change and transformation, ensuring we have the technology, processes, culture and skills to make improvements where needed. We need to get these basics right. We also need to continue to support those people who need our help the most, like children who need extra support to thrive. We've recently had a positive Ofsted inspection, but there's always more work to do to make sure that children have the best start in life. So again, we must protect the most vulnerable of any age. And at the heart of this plan is enabling thriving communities now and over the longer term. This means playing a role in providing the context that communities need to thrive. The plan will guide our work to make Kirklees cleaner and greener. It's also about ensuring a good education system and decent housing for our residents. All of this is not just about our organisation, it's just as much about working with our brilliant local community organisations, businesses and public sector partners. So we want to help communities to thrive. And at times of uncertainty, it's easy to focus on the short term and the challenges we face, but we see significant opportunities on the horizon. And that is why also ambition is at the heart of this plan. We expect a 3-year financial settlement in the near future. This and other national policy changes present us with a once-in-a-generation opportunity. An opportunity to address the underfunding of the last decade, to face our challenges head-on, and to unlock the local economic growth we need. Our investment in our town centres is foundational to this. We have multiple projects ongoing, not just in Dewsbury and Huddersfield, but in towns and villages across Kirklees. We will continue to encourage our partners to invest in our towns and infrastructure to bring opportunities for everyone in Kirklees. After all, investing in our economy is the best way to protect us from a future cost of living crisis and to provide economic growth. So I'm also asking all members of the Council to work together to get the basics right, to protect the vulnerable, create thriving communities and ensure economic growth. I commend this plan to you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pattison. Is that seconded? Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This council plan sets out and galvanises our priorities for the year ahead and beyond. It informs our budget, which sets out how we will use resources to deliver on our plan and priorities, and in that sense provides a yardstick against which our delivery over the next year can be measured. It is very much focused on our residents and on ensuring that all of us can be part of a fairer and a more prosperous Kirklees. So I'm very happy to second this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Are there any comments on this matter? Councillor Cooper?
So, getting the basics right. We all know, as elected members, whether the basics are being got right. And the reason that we know that is because when things don't go right, when people can't communicate with the council, when the council's not working, they come to us because we are the canary in the coal mine. So, do people have issues with the council's telephone system? Do people have issues with the online system that we have? Do people have issues with the new permit parking system, which seems to be digital only to a large extent? Do people have issues with the getting replacement bins? There are a lot of basics that happen with the council where I'm pretty clear those basics are not happening. So what should we be doing? I think one of the things we should be doing is before we actually trail policies to see if they'll work in the real world. And the permit parking system is one of those where we're seeing real, obviously people are concerned about the cost, but it's the implementation of the permit parking scheme which is causing a heck of a lot of concern. So making sure policies work before they're implemented is really important. Another thing I would say about the council plan is every other council in West Yorkshire has got a council plan which covers multiple years, because a council plan should be about the vision and direction of a council. A vision and direction for 1 year, it should be over multiple years. And I certainly hope when we have multi-year settlements that we will start again not to have 1 year council plans, that we'll have them for multiple years to provide the council with the direction that it needs.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's much to commend in this plan, and it's nice to start on positive sense, isn't it? I'm not sure how much it's going to continue tonight, but there we are. So I would imagine that 99% of what we aim for is common to all of us in here. We're talking about better services, we're talking about delivering these services more efficiently. Well, who wouldn't want those things? There are a couple of niggles in here, however, which I'd like to comment on. First of all, it's very small print. Can we have it a bit bigger next year, please? But seriously, a couple of things. The first thing is about communication. I was going to talk about this. Councillor Cooper's already made the point. It's probably something we don't do particularly well at Kirklees. In fact, it isn't. And when I went to the LGA conference last year, there were several sessions on communications with residents and some really, really good things that some councils are doing so that residents can actually get in touch with someone at the council who is a person who will deal with their issues straight away. One of my concerns at the moment is that residents increasingly seem to think councillors are the first person you go to if you want anything doing, usually because they've had a bad experience with trying to get anything done elsewhere. And this is then creating an extra layer in trying to sort the problem out. So I would agree with Councillor Cooper that is something to look at, and it's here in the plan. When we're talking about celebrating our assets and successes, I'm less comfortable. I would like to think that a council which is really delivering well would be one that people actually don't talk about very much, because your bin does get emptied and your road is fixed and people it just happens and people don't have to comment on the council. Councillor Cooper suggested of a multi-year council plan. I think that's worth thinking about. I don't see why we shouldn't look into the future. And as you say, you know, multi-year financial settlements may help that, but it's good to look a little bit further forward. The other thing in the plan, it has great emphasis on inclusivity, which is okay as far as it goes. It strays in a couple of places into positive discrimination, which I'm not in favour of. The problem with positive discrimination is that if you discriminate in favour of someone, you are tacitly discriminating against another person at the same time. And I would like to think that a better way of achieving a good workforce is to make the process of applying for jobs and finding out about jobs as simple as possible, so that many people can take advantage of applying for them, and that we give the job to the best person for that job. Finally, just to comment, Madam Mayor, about how we hold the administration to account for whether this plan is delivered or not. And I know that it does go to scrutiny. I think because this plan has to be passed by the council, it should come back here for a final scrutiny towards the end of the municipal year, or even earlier on in the next municipal year, so that actually we can say, this is what you promised this year, these are all these things, actually what has been achieved. And I would hope that the Cabinet would be quite open to doing that, because if we pass the plan, I think ultimately we should be the ones that comment on whether it's gone well or not. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor John Lawson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I align myself with the previous comments of both Councillors Hall and Cooper. I'm not too sure about the positive discrimination in Councillor Hall's speech. I do feel that there is room to make special arrangements for those who are discriminated against. I think that's something we should all be involved with. I'll keep it brief. I'm becoming increasingly less fond of council plans. The more we see of them, the less effective they have been, the less we have seen that they represent what happens in our lived experience. I'm going through an experience at the moment with Councillor Crook in housing. And that's that kind of, if we do a process of triangulation here between what our last plan was, what the last year looked like, what we've delivered and people's lived experiences, they don't jig up, they don't lay on top of one another. So I'm increasingly frustrated when I see council plans come along and look like basically 5-page, 6-page, 7, 8, 9, 10-page mission statements. and I won't be able to support this. And I will be seeing with interest what happens over the next year that aligns with this plan, and I'll be trying to be keeping close tabs on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Mark Thompson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council plan. I mean, there's different people that have said different things that I was going to speak about, so I won't repeat what's been going on apart from one thing, and that is the plan itself. What I find interesting is that we do this every year, almost arbitrary. I mean, it goes on. But then what doesn't happen, a little bit like the budget, we never see what happened last year. What I would like to see is either quarterly or half-yearly, is the plan being detailed as far as achievements concerned, and then this meeting really should be a summary of the achievements of the previous year in total. Otherwise, there's absolutely no point in having a council plan. That's all I need to cover on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Musrat Khan, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the vision of the plan and the 4 strategies. However, like some of my colleagues, as a word of caution, the leadership needs to be aware of being consistent and authentic with what's in this plan and the vision. And I'm glad to see the focus on getting the basics right in the plan. This is what the public want. And to be fair, the plan, there's large aspects of it that I recognise from previous plans, which is not necessarily a bad thing, except it doesn't state and notice that the councillors at the heart of the council, that's been dropped. Instead, it states that it will support our councillors to carry out their roles effectively, including building officer awareness of councillors' work and confidence in working with them. I'm not exactly sure what this means or what the assumptions are behind this. And I'm not sure why we've dropped the ethos of placing councillors at the heart of the council. And as a suggestion, how about ensuring that all staff are aware that they work in an organisation led by a minority administration, and we need improved communications between officers and all councillors and not just cabinet members. And I had a good discussion with the leader of the council yesterday with some of the problems and some of the issues I'm facing as an independent in terms of inclusion, even down to ward level decisions. So I'm hoping the leadership will work with me to resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as the council plan goes, lots of positives in there, lots of things that we would aspire to and want to achieve and work towards. A few of the points have been covered already, but I want to reiterate them because I think they're really, really important. I agree very much with Councillor Cooper, Councillor Lawson, and Councillor Khan just there. In particular, what I was going to mention was council has been at the heart of what we do. That has normally been there. It's been a big part of how we do things. But perhaps that's just a sign of how we weren't really at the heart of how things are and how things are taken. So maybe not putting it in there makes it more realistic because we're not really at the heart of things, are we? Wanting communities to thrive, I'd love to ask a question of a response. What of the Cabinet, what has the administration ever done for Linley? What has it ever done for my communities? When we come with issues, problems from residents, sometimes we have meetings, and often we're told, go to the ward budget, that will resolve everything. You've got a ward budget, you reduce the ward budget, by the way, but hopefully you can make a means and do something about that this evening. But going to the ward budget is not how we resolve every issue. You've got to take responsibility. You've got to listen to the communities. Even if you've no representation in those communities, you've got to listen to them and stand up and represent everybody, not just the wards that you have, the 22 or 23 members of the Labour group. Permit parking is a big thing. There should have been a trial done. You should have trialled it, see, does it work? Is it a way that we can do things and we can progress? It's not a good idea. There's lots of complaints, lots of issues. And at the end of the day, it's just an easy way of trying to make money out of people who happen, for no other reason, just to live in an area where there's a permit parking scheme. It's unfair, it's unjust, and it's just an easy way of making money for ways that you have lost money along the way. A longer council plan, I think 1 year is enough, and maybe we'll have a fresh impetus going forward. Maybe that's just being insightful and realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. I am now going to call for the break, as it is time to break fast. If any councillors have questions on this item, you can ask after the break, if that's all right. Okay, now going to go to a break. Thank you. Before we pick up from where we left, I just want to say thank you to all those members that brought in food and contributed towards Iftari. Can I just say that was a real demonstration of the spirit of Ramadan, unity and love for all, hatred for none, something that I've tried to portray all year so far. So can I just thank everybody for coming together, even if you weren't fasting, and supporting colleagues. Long may that continue into agenda item 7, but but we are going to pick up from where we left, which was agenda item 6, and I think it was Councillor Burke who'd just finished speaking, and I think Councillor Moore was next.
Yeah, mine is just a quick observation question about the council plan, and that is it just another council document that will be used when convenient and ignored when inconvenient, a bit like the health and wellbeing strategy that was completely ignored and at loggerheads with the closure of Dewsbury Sports Centre.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Are there any other comments on this matter? No? Right of reply, Councillor Pattison.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I mean, I will make this quite short because I'm pleased to say that we seem to be in agreement. I can't believe that. I mean, it must be the first time that I've seen such agreement across the chamber. May it continue till later, but I suspect it might be the last time, certainly tonight. But no, I can't disagree with anything, particularly that Councillor Cooper, Hall, or Lawson said in particular. Yes, it should be longer, and it would be great to have a longer eye on what our ambitions and what we could do. A 3-year financial settlement will certainly help that, but we haven't had that certainty for quite a few years. Certainly, let's bring it back at the end of the year and let's see how well we've done. Yes, of course, it should be monitored. It is monitored anyway, but yes, it should be monitored. So I can't really disagree with much of the points that have been made, other than to say, yes, I'm sorry, but positive discrimination, I too believe firmly in that. And, well, no, I won't say anything else. That's all I have to say as right to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pattison. We will now go to the vote. Can we all please vote by console, please? Those councillors who have just walked in, we're voting on agenda item 6. Please use your consoles to cast your vote. That is carried. We are now going to move on to agenda item 7, which is the budget for 25-26 and 26-27. Can I remind members that the mover of an amendment will take the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. All other speakers, be they group leaders or not, will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, any decisions taken in relation to the budget, including amendments, shall be done by recorded vote. It has been agreed that Council Procedure Rule 18.12 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments will apply. Members are able to speak once on the Cabinet motion and on one more occasion on one of the 3 submitted amendments. During speeches, members may make reference to the content of the motion or any of the published amendments at any point during the debate. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. I will now ask the Leader of the Council, Councillor Pattison, to present the motion of Cabinet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm really pleased to present this budget to the Council meeting. It's a budget that turns a corner for Kirklees, and it will help us to get the basics right. And it will invest in the future for families and communities across Kirklees. After years of uncertainty across local government, we have the opportunity tonight to fix the foundations of our budget. There are plenty of councils that won't have that opportunity. Many councils elsewhere are facing a double-digit council tax increase tonight, and others are having to ask for a bailout from central government. We're not. We're presenting a balanced budget to you tonight. And plenty of other councils will also need to take difficult decisions like we have. And as I said, receive government bailouts to balance their budgets after years of rising demand and dwindling funding. And this council has had to take its own difficult decisions to avoid that fate. But the alternative was even worse for services and for the people who rely on them. Tonight, we have the opportunity to set a budget that gives us stability in the short term, medium term, and hopefully the long term as well. This means that dealing with the increases in demand, and we have seen significant increases in demand for our services, and costs of services that so many other councils have faced. That's why we are proposing that more than £50 million of extra funding for inflationary pressures and where demand for services is most acute. It includes £8 million extra for services to children and young people who need our support the most. And it means a £19 million increase in spending for adult social care, so residents can live healthier and independent lives for longer. The budget also responds to demand for services that are needed by the most vulnerable in our communities, including families that are homeless. Looking at the amendments that are tabled, it seems unlikely that we'll debate these issues in great detail tonight. But these are some of the most important services we deliver, and as such are a big part of the decisions we are about to make. Across our services, we are proposing a budget that means the council can get the basics right for all residents and support the people who need our help the most. But you can't reverse austerity overnight, and we owe it to council taxpayers to live within our means. That does still mean budget savings are needed to deliver a balanced budget. And this year, the savings focus is on reducing administration and management costs at the lowest possible impact on frontline services. But at the same time, and at long last, the new government has recognised that places like Kirklees need extra financial support. And this has given us some flexibility to make changes to the proposals we put forward in December for consultation with the public. It means we will protect our brilliant library service in this budget. It means we will put more money into our winter maintenance services to keep Kirklees moving during extreme weather. And we're now able to look at different ways to increase our recycling rates and make Kirklees a greener place. Overall, this is a budget that gives the council the financial stability our services rely on. And it's about the future too. We have an ambitious investment programme for the whole of Kirklees. The capital programme is a £1.4 billion investment in our economy. It's our best defence against the next cost of living crisis, and I think we can all see where that may be coming from. And it will benefit families and communities in every part of Kirklees. That means over £50 million into the Dewsbury economy next year, the market, the arcade, housing, transport and cultural projects through a variety of funding sources. 18 million for regeneration in towns outside of Huddersfield and Dewsbury. And the budget also means over 60 million in major transport schemes across Kirklees alongside our regional partners in government, and 20 million to maintain our road network in every part of the borough. You only have to look out of the window, that window, to see the transformation in Huddersfield that is taking shape, and that will benefit the whole of Kirklees, not just Huddersfield. It will even benefit those further afield as well. The budget commits to completing that work, and we will continue to do that in a phased way to assess the market conditions and economic climate at every major step. It will be a transparent and prudent process, and that's true of this budget overall. In fact, this has been one of the most open budget processes we've ever seen in Kirklees, and I'm proud that our proposals, uniquely amongst all the proposals on offer tonight, have been tested by public opinion. But for a budget for this scale and ambition, there are bound to be differing views, and I look forward to the debate on those this evening. But before I finish, I would like to thank the Council's finance team for all their skill and hard work in helping us to put this budget together. And I want to say thank you to the whole Council workforce too. This has been difficult times for many of them, and I want to thank all of them for continuing to serve residents with professionalism despite the uncertainty of the last few years. Finally, I want to thank all those councillors who have been involved in this budget process throughout the past year, especially to those members who have put forward amendments tonight. It's one thing to criticise the council, it's quite another to put forward your own costed budget plan. I respect your efforts, even if I don't agree with all of them. But I believe these cabinet proposals get the budget right. That gives us the stability we need to deliver and improve services to residents. And they give us hope for the future. I commend this budget to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pattison. Is that seconded? Councillor Turner.
Madam Mayor, yes, I'll second this and I'll reserve the right.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. We will now move on to the amendments as indicated earlier. So 3 amendments have been received. Amendments will be moved and seconded consecutively in the order that they were received, after which a full debate will take place. So can I ask Councillor Taylor to now move the Conservative amendment, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I rise today not just to formally move this amendment to the Council's budget, but to offer a real alternative. An alternative that listens to our residents, respects our taxpayers' money, and prioritises the services that matter most to our communities. I'd like at this point to express my thanks and gratitude to the officer team who've worked hard with all groups to support the production of both the administration's budget and the amendments that are before us today. I know it has caused a few late nights and some last-minute changes, and this needs to be acknowledged, and it is appreciated. We also welcome Labour's last-minute U-turns on libraries, parking charges and bin sizes. Issues we warned them about from the start, if only they'd listened earlier. When people talk about our borough and the place where they live, there is an inherent sense of pride in the community that they belong to. However, there is also a sense that council has been letting them down and doesn't demonstrate pride itself in the borough. You can see this as you walk around. Litter, fly tipping, poorly maintained roads and buildings, roads and pavements unswept and full of weeds, and simple maintenance tasks Simple maintenance tasks, if I can say it, ignored and left until we get to the stage where we have to close well-used facilities, like the Dewsbury Sports Centre, Cleckheaton Town Hall, and the Adventure Play Area at Cliff House. This adds to the sense that the council is not caring about the place where we live. This administration even seems incapable of keeping the front door to the offices where they're based weed-free and litter-free. This Labour administration, and the previous ones which have run the council for over a decade, should feel ashamed of what they've done to our borough. This amendment starts to address these issues. Our intent is to do less, but to do it better. There is no sense in spending money on an expensive venue and car park when the rest of the town and the borough looks shabby. We will be looking to remove the current proposals for Phase 5 and reshape plans for this part of the Huddersfield Blueprint. Rather than relying on failed methods to tackle fly tipping and littering, we are proposing harnessing cutting-edge AI technology developed right here in Kirklees to catch offenders and automate enforcement. Another innovative solution is one in housing, where we've worked with policy colleagues to develop a scheme to help existing council house tenants move out of their council house and purchase their own property with support, and in doing so, free up capacity for someone on the waiting list to secure a council house. As the council continues to retrench, we need our communities to join us and step forward to fill some of the gaps. I've spoken in this chamber before about how the Labour administration has not supported volunteers and has in fact placed barriers in the way of them. One example of this is the idea that volunteers should pick up the costs of surveying our lampposts if they wish to put up festive lights. This has seen some groups and volunteers think about walking away and stopping volunteering. Our proposal will mean that this burden is not placed on volunteers and will show that we truly value the work that they do and will encourage people to come forward and help us improve all of our communities. But there is work that will remain to be done to bring back that trust that has been damaged. There has been much noise in the last few days from the unions about our proposals to reduce the subsidy that the council provides. Let me be clear. I'm a member of a trade union myself, and I know the value that unions can play in supporting employees and negotiating on their behalf. I, like all trade union members, pay my subs each month, and I don't think it's unreasonable to ask the unions to use some more of this money to cover the costs of their activities. This Labour group asked us, as councillors, to take a cut in our allowances to help with the challenging finances, and each year we ask our taxpayers to contribute more. Why should we not ask the unions as well? We're not proposing anything that is unlawful, despite the suggestions from some quarters, and it is something that Labour Cabinet have done in the past. I say to members and the public, what do you think we should be doing? Incurring costs which the unions have funds to meet, should they so wish, or instead using that money to improve services that we provide to the public? Every department has had to tighten its belt. Every taxpayer has been asked to pay more. It is only fair that trade unions, who have the funds, contribute their share. This is why our amendment is proposing a modest reduction in their subsidy, and I make no apology for proposing that. Finally, when this amendment is taken as a whole, you can see that it is our intention in the capital plan to support those facilities where the Labour Council has allowed them to fall into such disrepair that they've been closed. But at the same time, we've found money to invest in our roads and still increase the levels of reserves across the plan. This amendment doesn't just improve services, it restores financial responsibility. When external auditors warn of risks around financial management, we don't ignore them, we act. Madam Mayor, this is a budget amendment that respects taxpayers, improves services and restores financial ability. I urge all members to support it because our residents deserve better. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Is that seconded? Councillor Hall.
Yes, seconded, Madam Mayor, and I'll reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the amendment from the Liberal Democrat group. Can I invite Councillor Lawson to move the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the directors and officers and fellow councillors who have all contributed to this process, both producing a budget and the amendments. And actually to the officers for making a balanced budget, which in extremely difficult circumstances, so that has to be acknowledged as well. I'm extremely pleased to be able to move our group's amendment. We've worked hard on it, and I'll start by mentioning the council tax provision that we've not altered. We've not altered it in our amendment. The tiniest charge in council tax revenue would have had consequences on our spending power, and it's worth noticing that none of the amendments suggest a council tax reduction. It seems like common sense has broken out on that front. It's regrettable that some of the discounts have been reduced. Those discounts are there for a reason, and I'd hope that in future years we'd be in a position to be able to claw back to reinstating that help to those who need it. At last council, I read out a couple of quotes from the latest report from Grant Thornton's, our auditors. I'm not going to do that again, you'll be glad to know, but it's worth remembering a couple of their concerns. They pointed to construction overspends and interest rates on unplanned borrowing spilling into our already overstretched revenue position. They already highlighted the fate of other they also highlighted the fate of other authorities that had been left with completed projects only to find that businesses have moved on due to economic factors or change in the business plans. The budget amendment we are moving today seeks to address some of those longer-term existential risks while at the same time doing what we can to change the fundamental direction of council. At the heart of our budget is the fundamental question, what kind of council do we want to be? That question has led to a lot of work over the last few weeks, and I don't think anyone has found it easy, either an easy process. And there's probably some reflections to be had on how we can improve it for everyone to make it more accessible and user-friendly. That said, we did, however, manage to produce £1 million for Cleckheaton Town Hall, followed by money in later years to make sure it's reopened fully and can continue to serve the constituents of Spen Valley. This was not new money, but mainly came from redirecting Cleckheaton Town Plan, safe in the knowledge that the residents would rather see that concentrated spending next year rather than waiting for funding that we've been promised for years. I mean, given the history of investment in our neck of the woods, it could simply evaporate into thin air, let's face it. We also found money to restore ward budgets to £20,000 a year. You might wonder what the significance of this is, but for the people watching at home, these modest budgets are a really significant factor in focusing spending on our wards. They're not grace and favour grants. They're set against criteria and do some really important preventative work, both with young people and with helping the elderly combat isolation. They can enhance local road safety and promote healthy lifestyles. New councillors will already have seen the benefit of the scheme. Imagine what we used to be able to do with twice the amount. What we didn't achieve. We weren't the only group trying to find a way to keep the current arrangements for the dementia care homes. We rested our hopes on divesting the council of the venture that is the George Hotel. We were unable to either mothball it, reprofile the extra borrowing, or even sell it, which was our preferred option. On the contested numbers that we had to use to enter a legitimate amendment, we could only make provision in later years, which does not help the campaigners' or residents' current plight. We have fully reflected our belief that the authority has a role to play in providing dementia care homes by making provision in later years for a new build. We were given the figures of £30 million for 40 beds. The scale is probably arguable, and we'd have to make proper assessments of what the market would need at that point. And it might be that there's only 20 beds and we'd be buying back into a private provision. But the principles that brought the current ones into being have not changed. We still need to provide excellent care to the most vulnerable dementia sufferers. We need to drive innovation and excellence, and we need to raise the bar for the private sector. The recent news that the private sector will get no help from government with the increases in national insurance can only make things worse in our view. Further into the budget, we have made provision for a feasibility study for a new leisure centre in Dewsbury. I have said elsewhere that it is unthinkable that a town the size of and urban nature of Dewsbury should have no authority provision for healthy lifestyles. Yes, we have had to gauge the market, and I understand that there is a question about finding an appropriate site. I think it's universally recognised, though, that it needs to happen sooner rather than later. We've also provided investment in smaller unclassified roads, leisure centre maintenance, and last but not least the mighty and long overdue Oakenshaw Cross. So, in short, our amendment borrowing and capital in early years, we have not used reserves. In later years, our amendment is centred around the reduction in spending around phases 4 and 5 of our cultural heart, a reduction in the urban park, and a letting go of the venue. Council is able to make radical changes, change its future, and still balance the budget if it wants to. We also believe that in its highlights, this amendment draws together the 3 amendments in tone and their main asks. The administration has touted this budget as one as back to basics. The Liberal Democrat group want to go back to the very basics. We want to return this council to the people it should serve. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Is that seconded? Councillor Davies?
Yes, Mayor, I second that and reserve the right.
Thank you. We will now move on to the amendment from the Community Alliance Group. Can I invite Councillor Scott to move the amendment, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and first and foremost I'd like to thank the officers that have worked tirelessly alongside us in order for all the groups to present a budget this evening, particularly with the amendments. Madam Mayor, tonight the Community Alliance presents a budget that puts people before profit, fairness before waste, real community needs and before vanity projects. Our budget amendment isn't only about party politics, it's about protecting vital services that stand up for residents who feel ignored, which is extremely prevalent at the moment. Unlike this Labour administration, which makes decisions for residents, we are working with you. We have a huge problem, the administration's budget that leaves people behind. This administration is spending £250 million on Huddersfield Cultural Heart and a risky George Hotel project. Meanwhile, communities in Dewsbury, Batley, Cleckheaton and Murfield are being left behind. There is no guarantee for the Radisson Blu that will follow with this hotel investment. And if you put all the if we pull out taxpayers, you and the communities out there will be left with the expense of a white elephant when frontline services continue to be slashed. We are saying enough is enough. We propose to halt phase 5 of the Cultural Heart project for the next 5 years and redirect these funds to the north of Kirklees and other surrounding villages in the south that miss out, where residents face higher deprivation, poor health outcomes and declining local services. Instead of an extravagant development, we want to reopen closed community assets, invest in essential services and make real improvements to daily life. Our proposal is about smart savings and real impacts. We are making realistic, achievable savings, including managing staff vacancies responsibly and ensuring that frontline services are protected. We are reducing the corporate maintenance budget held just by 7% without affecting urgent repairs. The reallocation of the reserves will provide financial stability beyond 25-26. With these savings, we propose to increase the ward budgets, which others are actually saying the same, supporting our smaller communities to keep vital services and volunteers to survive in the areas that they work. An independent parking review, where the current system unfairly penalises residents, and there needs to be a much fairer approach. A mobile fly tipping camera tackling illegal dumping ahead of holding offenders to account. But part of that problem was because you closed one of the tips. It's actually exacerbated the situation. We want more grit bins across the communities to keep our footpaths safe at winter. Traffic calming measures, addressing dangerous speeding in our communities, which is happening all the time. We want to restore taxi licensing and the registrar services in North Kirklees. No resident should have to travel to Huddersfield for the basic services. It's criminal. Supporting Batley Library, this vital service costs you nothing. It's a building. It's the volunteers that make that work with everything they do in the community events. Reopening Crowness Cafe, bring life back into one of our most loved public spaces. The volunteers are waiting. You closed the door on that one. Reopening Dewsbury Sports Centre is a lifeline, not a luxury. It's one of the most damaging decisions that this administration has made, and that was the closure of Dewsbury Sports Centre, a facility that was the heart of the community. This closure contradicts the Council's own health and wellbeing strategy, disproportionately affects the deprived communities that already suffer from poor health conditions, leaves families and young people with nowhere to go that's affordable, and there's nowhere to exercise at all or social spaces. We've already seen the consequences. Parents tell us that the children have lost their safe spaces to be active in safe places. Residents have relied on the centre for all the physical activities, not only for physical, but for mental health, which has now been abandoned, just left on the side. Nobody cares. The long-term health costs of the NHS will far outweigh the costs of keeping this building open. This isn't just about a gym. It's about public health, it's about youth engagement, and it's about community wellbeing. The saving of those with mental health issues, which is definitely on the rise, you can see it. Our amendment allocates capital funding to reopen the dry side, restoring gym facilities, fitness classes and community spaces. If the Council can spend £250 million on Huddersfield Cultural Heart, it can reopen a sports centre for people to actually use, and I'm talking about the dry side. Our budget is a budget for people, not just for the privileged, as Labour administration are doing. This Labour disproportionate spending in Huddersfield has left many residents feeling ignored, and we are here to correct those imbalances. If you look on Twitter tonight, they're asking you, where on earth have you been? Because I haven't seen you. A vote for Labour budget, which continues to neglect entire communities while spending millions on Huddersfield First agenda, would be criminal. A vote on our amendment, which listens to residents, protects vital services and puts fairness at the heart of a budget. Kirklees should be a place for all, not just the few. We stand with our communities and we stand up for fairness. A vote on our budget will put people first, our communities first. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is that seconded? Councillor Zaman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I second that and reserve the right.
Thank you. So the motion and amendments have now been moved and seconded. We are now going to go to any comments on the amendments or the original motion, but can I just remind all members to be clear whether they are speaking about the amendment or the original motion? Are there any comments? Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I didn't realise I was so quick at that game. I rise to support the Conservative budget amendment, and I'm proud to do so, for I believe it will help our residents around the borough. Whilst the financial climate in both the nation and in Kirklees is decidedly chilly, which is hardly surprising, given that both are subject to the not-so-tender fiscal mercies of Labour rule, this amendment seeks to bring real improvements for the residents of the borough, regardless of which town or village they live in. We look to help those who live in areas which are not traditionally Conservative supported, and we are determined to lessen the harmful impacts of the Huddersfield Blueprint which appears set to become a bottomless pit for the scarce financial resources of this council. With many dangers hidden below the surface in the form of potential delays and cost overruns, this blueprint could yet prove to be the financial iceberg upon which Kirklees founders. However, I've chosen here to look at two particular proposals within the amendment which will benefit all of our residents in the borough. The first of these is a Kirklees-wide clean-up, for our borough has been sadly neglected for too many years. Despite the sterling efforts of council officers and operatives, they've been shackled by budgetary constraints which are sometimes incomprehensible. For example, I'm told that whilst there is a budget for tackling vegetation growing over payments, there is no budget to address vegetation growing through pavements. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, but I just cannot understand the rationale behind that. In much of our area, we see litter blowing in the wind, but there are seemingly no answers blowing with it. The end result is that the borough as a whole has, at best, an unkempt air about it. Indeed, I'm probably too kind here. Much of Kirklees is frankly plain dirty, after having been left to fester for years. For this reason, we Conservatives propose a substantial budget to be dedicated to a borough-wide clean-up. In good old Yorkshire terms, Kirklees needs a thorough bottoming of the sort we used to see in the mills of yesteryear during the main holidays. The second proposal I will address is that perennial bugbear, highways, and in particular decaying road surfaces. I'm sure that colleagues around the chamber will have had a large number of complaints about potholes. Over the years, I've seen a number of press releases by this council regarding some newfangled wonder machine, it was one called a warthog or something, or a brand new working practice, which we are solemnly assured will bring an end to the scourge of potholes. The repairs will, we've been told repeatedly, be quick, cheap and long-lasting. Sadly, these promises never seem to have borne fruit. It's because of this that I and my Conservative colleagues have brought forward our proposal to provide funding for road resurfacing around the borough. Reactive pothole repairs do have a place in keeping our roads safe and usable, but they can never be more than a temporary sticking plaster on the gaping ulcers which despoil so many of our roads. The only long-term solution is to undertake a scheme of road resurfacing, and our budget amendment marks our determination to make a meaningful start on this. A prominent national Labour figure been talking recently of fixing the foundations in a different context, and indeed our council leader has used the same phrase herself this evening. It's only by fixing the foundations of our roads that we will finally put an end to the problem of potholes. This amendment makes a positive step towards the same. And just finally, Madam Mayor, I must say I'm rather disappointed not to have a green amendment that I can speak against, but there you go. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Armour. Councillor Holt, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've heard a lot about the cultural heart from the Labour Council. I want to talk about our cultural heart in the Spen Valley, and I want to support the amendment of the Conservative Council because our cultural heart is Cleckheaton Town Hall. It's already there. We don't have to invent a new place. It is there. It is the centre of our community, or has been. It's been entrusted to us by the people of the past for the future. That place moved. It had so many people going through it, the U3A, concerts. It brought income into the town, and all the Spen Valley use it, not just Cleckheaton. Now they've been left with a building that looks shabby, hasn't been maintained, closed for 2 years, nowhere for people to go. Why is it then when we talk about investment in communities, heart of communities, and then you take away the very thing that's been entrusted to us from the past, that for the future and for future generations will no longer be there apart from a shell that's rotting in front of them. What does that say about our care for our communities, care for the future? You talk about being green, you talk about investment in towns, and the things that are there waiting to be looked after are just left to rot. How can a council where people are paying for those services be left to see the things that are special to them, that have gone through the generations of being there, being left to rot in front of them? Part of our budget is to turn around and say this should stop, put the money back for the years of non-investment that have happened in the town hall, to put that back in use and see people coming back to Cleckheaton to enjoy a concert, to have a place to meet, to have council services and real people speaking to them to help them actually do the things they need, and actually see income coming back into the towns, because people will eat out, people will go to the shops. The town hall was the heart of Cleckheaton and the Spen Valley. We want that back, and that is in the first year of our budget, not the fourth. So to do things to actually put things back that have been left, and I would amend and put this to you as a support for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. Councillor Bellamy, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to support the Conservative budget amendment, which includes something that will undoubtedly bring a sigh of relief and possibly a cheer from the residents of Kirklees, the reintroduction of bin collections over the Christmas period. Now, I know what some of you might be thinking, all the big issues they are in the world, and I'm stood here talking about rubbish. But let's be honest, when your wheelie bin is overflowing with Christmas wrapping paper, turkey bones and a mountain of empty tubs from celebrations, suddenly it becomes very, very important. For too long, Kirklees has taken a Christmas break from bin collections, leaving our residents to fend for themselves. Meanwhile, our neighbouring councils have managed to keep their services running, adapting schedules to ensure waste is collected in a timely manner. Leeds City Council operates collections throughout the festive period, adjusting only for the key bank holidays, and even working Sundays to keep things running smoothly. Manchester City Council plans in advance, ensuring residents aren't left wondering when their next collection will be. And Bradford and Sheffield have demonstrated that adjusting the schedule to avoid long days is both possible and effective. So why should Kirklees be the odd one out? Every January the same things happen. Residents patiently wait for the first bin collection of the year, only to find it's delayed because of, you guessed it, bad weather, snow, ice and freezing conditions. And this means that the waste piles up. Collections get pushed back and suddenly we have an almighty backlog of rubbish that no one knows what to do with. We all remember this January's fiasco. Missed bins, residents trying to squeeze an entire extra 2 weeks worth of waste into bins that were already full, recycling sites overwhelmed, and let's not forget the alternative waste disposal methods, with some people sneakily offloading rubbish into public bins, or worse, dumping it where they shouldn't. And let's not also forget, it wasn't all that long ago that this administration was talking about reducing the size of our bins. Well, thankfully, they scrapped that idea. Because let's be honest, if our bins are already overflowing in an average collection period, can you imagine what that situation would have been like at Christmas? The fact that reducing bin sizes was even on the table shows that the waste collection in Kirklees have been moving in the wrong direction. So instead of making life harder for residents, let's focus on making services better, and that starts with restoring Christmas collections. This isn't about adding unnecessary expense, it's about delivering a service that works for people who pay for it. Residents expect their council tax to fund reliable, value for money services. And if other councils can make it work, then why can't we? We already invest millions in waste collection, so let's make sure that that investment actually benefits the people who need it and when they need it. Bringing back Christmas bin collections isn't just about keeping our streets cleaner or preventing mountains of waste from piling up, though that would be a bonus. It's about showing that Kirklees can run efficient, common sense service like every other well-functioning council in the country. So I urge you to get behind this amendment and give the residents of Kirklees the services that they deserve. After all, if Santa can manage to deliver presents to millions of homes overnight, surely we can arrange a reliable bin collection. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Cahoot, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to oppose the motion from the Labour Party to second that of the Community Alliance. I just want to say, when we were elected in May of last year...
Sorry, Councillor Cahoot, so I just need you to make it clear. Are you speaking...
To oppose the motion.
So you're speaking on the motion, yes. Not an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. When we were elected last year in May, I distinctly recall attending a training course where one of the Labour councillors remarked, "It's a shame you've just been elected, but a little too late. The budgets have already been decided, and you can't influence them now." Perhaps we couldn't then, but we're here now. Since being elected, we have sought to advocate for our residents in North Kirklees, fighting for services, resources, sports and leisure facilities, and we have been met with the response, "There's no money." The budget has already been decided and difficult choices have had to be made about where to allocate funds. Unfortunately, due to our limited involvement in the previous budget discussions, we were less equipped to challenge these decisions. Now, however, we are better placed. During our campaign, through conversations with local residents and from our own observations, it became increasingly clear that a significant divide exists between North and South Kirklees. Resources are not distributed equitably within the North, seemingly neglected, while the South prospers. While the Council may deny this, the residents of North Kirklees can feel the inequality. It is a palpable sense of disadvantage. People across the UK recognise the North and South divide. And even in the realms of sport, during my time coaching tennis, both coaches and players discussed this imbalance, particularly regarding facilities and opportunities to compete. The people of North Kirklees are acutely aware when we are not receiving the same level of funding or access to services that should be available to all communities. The Council may assert there is no divide and that all areas are treated equally. However, let us look at the facts. If you look at the spending from 2022 to 2023, Huddersfield had £26,776,086.69. Dewsbury, £1,943,342.75, and Batley, a mere £543,266.20. In Huddersfield, we have numerous sports, swimming and leisure centres, including the Deaton Sports Arena, the Sikh Leisure Centre, Corn Valley Leisure Centre, Carl Leeds Road Sports Complex, Big Box Huddersfield, University of Huddersfield Sports Centre, Royds Hall Sports Centre, Sports Spark, Woodland Grade Recreational Centre, Carl Leisure Trust in Bradley, Huddersfield, a bespoke table tennis centre, the Gym Group in Huddersfield, York Kettlebell Club, HD3 Fitness Club, Ellie's Yoga Studio. Additionally, there are 13 tennis clubs and 18 cricket clubs. Now compare this to Dewsbury and Batley. These areas have no dedicated sports or swimming centres. Residents are being forced to travel to Spemborough or Morley. Why should residents be forced to travel when residents in Huddersfield are not forced to travel as far? Huddersfield, in essence, resembles a bloated individual already overflowing with resources, yet continuing to hoard more and more. Meanwhile, Dewsbury and Batley are left to do without. In face of such inequality, Huddersfield is embarking on expensive projects such as the venue and the George Hotel. The event space alone is projected to cost 7 million annually. This project should be reconsidered. Halting this venture could free up enough funds to support the Dewsbury Sports Centre and other vital services in the North Kirklees, like Cleckheaton Town Hall. Furthermore, the proposed expenditure on the George Hotel represents too great a risk without sufficient certainty of reward. While luxury developments might benefit the few, they should not come at an expense of essential services that people of North Kirklees depend upon. Such projects should and could be postponed until a more equitable distribution of funds is ensured. The people of North Kirklees, both nationally...
10 seconds, Councillor Cahoot.
The people of North Kirklees, nationally with Kirklees, are no less deserving than those in the south. We trust that the unjust treatment must end, and it must end now. It does not and may not reach a point where North Kirklees will seek to establish its own council and manage its own finances.
That's your time, Councillor
Thank you.
Cahoot.
Treat us fairly or do not treat us at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cahoot. Councillor Amanda Pinnock, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to begin by, like everyone else, thanking the officers for taking the time to put together the balanced budget. I'm sure it was quite difficult to get things together, but you were able to achieve that. So thank you so much for that. Madam Mayor, I rise to speak against the Community Alliance motion insofar as to address the statement referring to all or substantial financial investment and economic regeneration is vested in South Kirklees, namely Huddersfield, and that Dewsbury and Batley have seen little financial injection. Their amendment refers to this administration investing in large capital projects in Huddersfield and spending disproportionately compared to Dewsbury, Batley, Cleckheaton and Mirfield. As well as the Community Alliance, the Conservative and Lib Dem motion makes reference to either scrapping or curtailing Phase 5 of the Cultural Heart. One of the key priorities for Kirklees, alongside getting the basics right, is to invest in our towns and villages to promote economic growth. To achieve sustainable economic growth, we must attract investment, promote business appetite, and create jobs for today and tomorrow. This will sit alongside our skills and employment, environmental, transport, and inclusive strategies. The Cultural Heart is integral to achieving local economic growth. And as Carol has said in her opening, that it benefits not just Huddersfield, but benefits other areas in Kirklees. So it's not just limited to Huddersfield. And Phase 5 is no exception. Each of the Cultural Heart phases are interconnected and together form a hive. The success of the whole project is dependent on the component parts. However, the Labour administration is mindful of the delivery cost of each phase, and therefore we have commissioned a review to investigate how best to plan for later stages of the project. This includes how the council can complete delivery without additional capital borrowing, alternative project models, looking at alternative forms of funding, because doing nothing with the site is not an option. There cannot be 100% savings because something would need to replace Phase 5. Otherwise, it'll be an eyesore in the middle of the town centre. The outcome of the review will help guide the decision, so the decision can be made in light of the facts around cost and impact. We want to give local people and visitors a reason to spend time in the town centre, increasing footfall, encouraging businesses to thrive, and ultimately creating sustainable jobs, as I've said, for today and for the future. Phase 5 music venue and car park will make the town a marvellous place for all ages. Coming back to the comment made about the North-South Kirklees divide, more than £60 million has been earmarked for Dewsbury and Batley in relation to the arcade, building restoration, housing development, transport connectivity, road infrastructure, just to name some of the developments. Other regeneration has taken place and is due to take place in Mirfield and Cleckheaton. Finally, in response to the Dewsbury Sports Centre, regrettably, for health and safety reasons, the centre had to be closed due to RAC. The Conservative and Lib Dem motion amendment calls for a feasibility study to be done. A review has already been undertaken, setting out the cost implication of various scenarios, including reopening the dry side. This would involve demolishing the wet side, reopening the dry side by building a new main entrance, as well as other repairs. It would cost 9.1 million capital costs and revenue costs of 660,000 to reopen the dry side. This is a pie-in-the-sky idea. The Labour administration has an ambition to address well-being and health outcomes to residents in Dewsbury and Batley, which is reasonable and cost-effective. Currently, a review is underway to investigate how it can be achieved. Bringing the dry side back into use is not a feasible solution at this stage. And in light of this, Madam Mayor, I cannot support the motions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pinnock. Councillor Mark Thompson, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Speaking reference to the Liberal Democrat amendment. What I have to say to begin with, I'm almost surprised myself that I'm going to say that I'm encouraged by most of the amendments. My only disappointment is as follows. As far as the cultural heart, it does, and I agree, sound almost ludicrous that in the position that we've been in for so many years, not the last 14, but probably the last 40, which has been mostly run by the Labour Cabinet, is that we have squandered money on projects, built buildings that are inadequate, and we've ended up footing the bill or closing them down. It just seems a shame that Cleckheaton Town Hall that we inherited and all we had to do was look after is closed now, which is one of the hearts of a local community. The next is the inadequate build of Dewsbury Sports Centre that was only built in 1984 and now looks like that we'll have to demolish much of it, if not all of it, to make it right. So there's another heart of a community. So what seems to be happening at this moment in time is that we're donating hearts rather than creating one. We're taking two hearts out of two communities and then spending much of that money, borrowed money, on a cultural heart in Huddersfield. So when we talk about the north-south divide, maybe we've got to reflect on the two hearts that we're giving to build another one down here in Huddersfield. What I've got to say on that is my objection to the amendment from the Liberal Democrats is they've pushed the rebuild or the additions to Dewsbury Sports Centre too far into the future, almost over the horizon as far as a council's budget's concerned. So I think my only criticism there is it's too far away because that heart has gone now, and can we wait till 29-30 for something to be done about it? If we're only looking at it as a sports facility, I think what we've got to look at is there was many sports clubs mentioned as far as Huddersfield's concerned, but Dewsbury has got 20 gyms and facilities within its locale. So it's not just sports facilities that we're talking about as far as Dewsbury Sports Centre. It is a community-based asset where people can go, children can go with the parents to a place, unlike the many commercial sports facilities. The other thing that I was in favour of was obviously, and who couldn't be, reference to the 40-bed provision. But again, my objection is so far over the horizon, it's hardly worth talking about. We're again looking at 29-30. It's almost an arbitrary figure put in an arbitrary year for something that looks good on paper, but could and probably if we know cabinets as we do over the years, that is unlikely to be able to be delivered. So the other factor as far as the amendment is concerned is that they are declaring that it's a prudent and sustainable budget. Well, yes, it is, because any of the spending is in 5-6 years' time. So that would be my main objection and refusal as far as the amendments on the Liberal Democrat budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hawkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wish to speak in support of the budget motion presented to this council. At last year's Budget Council, I ended my contribution by stating that we want to be succeeding with the help of national government rather than despite it. And I'm pleased to say that I feel after 14 long years of Tory austerity and local authorities being ignored, we do finally have a national government that listens to and values local government, particularly councils like Kirklees. But local government is still facing challenges ahead, mainly driven by increasing demands and costs for providing adult social care and protecting children. As such, we must continue to meet the financial demands this brings on the council by making prudent and sometimes difficult budget savings. We've had the accusation from some that this administration has mismanaged the finances, but nothing could be further from the truth. We're a far cry away from Conservative-run councils like Thurrock, Croydon and Slough, who've declared themselves effectively bankrupt. This administration is securing the future of this council and putting us in the strongest financial footing possible. In corporate services, this budget outlines how through vacancy management, a review of our fees and charges for traded services, and renegotiating a contract for IT services, which will save taxpayers money, we are doing our part to deliver the savings necessary with minimal impacts to staff and our residents. I've been part of a number of meetings now where we've made some very difficult decisions which affect the lives of many in Kirklees. Hasn't been easy, making responsible decisions never is, but throughout this there's always been the comment that we're a minority Labour administration, how terrible the decisions we're making are and how much change is needed. But we're here tonight to vote on a budget that will define the council's services for the year ahead. All members have the right to propose a budget amendment, can build consensus in this chamber and can get their ideas passed no matter the position of the Labour group, given we are a minority. But to my astonishment, many of those members who've been shouting for change have come here tonight with nothing. No budget amendment at all. No change. Was it all just hot air? They could have come here with a plan to reverse any of the decisions they've been railing against, and they've come with nothing. They prefer petitions over proposals, protests over actions. When they had a chance to make a change, they've chosen to do nothing. Or maybe they tried to put a proposal forward and just couldn't make the sums add up. We've heard cries of shame directed at us, but I say shame on those who don't have the competence or courage to step up and actually put forward an alternative. Instead, they snipe from the sidelines, peddle fantasies to the public and refuse to take any responsibilities. I genuinely commend the Conservative, Liberal Democrat and Community Alliance groups for bringing forward their proposals to this meeting, flawed though they may be. Local Tories have once again taken to attacking our trade unions. Over the past few months, I've been working with our trade unions in Kirklees, and without a doubt, their input to various service reviews has been invaluable. We've all been contacted by our unions outlining the folly of this area of the Conservative amendment, and I'm sure no one in this chamber who claims to be supporting working people could possibly support a budget amendment which includes removing this vital support for our staff. Then there's a Liberal Democrat amendment which looks to spend the next 5 years investing in Cleckheaton Town Hall while cutting the adult social care budget, a novel approach to meeting the demands of adult social care in Kirklees. Finally, there's the Community Alliance who want to rob Huddersfield to pay for Dewsbury and Batley by scrapping Phase 5 of Huddersfield's cultural heart, which is a common feature in all amendments. Cutting the legs off critical investment into Huddersfield will not help Dewsbury, Batley or our other towns and villages one bit. On the contrary, if we cannot commit to delivering regeneration in one of our towns, what confidence does that give our partners that we could deliver any future regeneration schemes? What confidence does this give business that we are supporting our high street? What confidence does this give our residents that, to quote Councillor Lawson, when the dust does indeed settle, we will not be left with our very own Bradford Hall? With over 60 million worth of planned investment in Dewsbury and spades finally hitting the grounds for towns and village blueprints across the district, Nowhere will be left behind, and regenerating one area will not come at the expense of another. But the damage the opposition groups are willing to do to our home will be incalculable. This administration has put forward a new council plan with a positive vision for our future. A budget here today that puts us on the path to realising that vision. Getting the basics right, protecting the vulnerable, a home where people can thrive and grow in our local economy. This isn't just Labour's plan, this is what people across Kirklees, from Batley to Brockholes, expect from this council. Building a better Kirklees. That is our mission, that is what this budget will help do. Let's crack on and get it done. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkin. Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll speak regarding the Conservative budget amendment which prioritises ideological cuts over genuine investment in our communities. Now, while they claim to focus on value for money services, their proposals include damaging and unjustified reductions in the harm to our workforce and the residents we serve. One particularly short-sighted and divisive measure is the proposal to strip away support for trade union time, a move that is not only unfair but is also counterproductive. Attacking trade union support is a political move that harms workers. Let's be clear, this is not about saving money, this is about weakening workers' rights and undermining fair representation. Trade union time is vital for ensuring that council employees, the very people delivering essential services, have proper representation in workplace negotiations, disputes and crucial health and safety matters. Removing this support won't deliver meaningful savings, but it will damage industrial relations, lower staff morale and potentially increase the risk of workforce disputes and legal challenges, costing the council more in the long run. At a time when public services are under immense pressure, when staff are being asked to do more with less, we should be supporting them, not dismantling the structures that are put in place to protect their rights and well-being. This proposal is not about financial prudence, it's about politics. It's about attacking the ability of workers to organise and speak up for themselves, and this is something that we will never support. A positive alternative, obviously, is the Liberal Democrat amendment. Rather than cutting key services and making ideological attacks, the Liberal Democrat budget amendment provides a fair, balanced and financially responsible plan, one that puts investment where it is needed most, increasing more budgets, giving something back to local representatives and members to be able to invest in their areas, their local communities and their local groups. Protecting local services, we've directed funding to prioritise community assets, such as reopening Cleckheaton Town Hall and ensuring Dewsbury gets the leisure centre it deserves. Labour talks about getting things right and getting back to basics. The basics and the facts are you've let these places go. There's no point talking about the future and about grand plans and about how you will invest. How can we trust you? How can the residents trust you? How can the communities trust you when we see Cleckheaton, a fantastic, marvellous building in Cleckheaton, that town hall, just left empty and idle? Dewsbury Sports Centre, you've let it close. There's opportunities to do things differently. Investing in the community and well-being. Our amendment supports council-run dementia care, ensuring vulnerable residents and their families receive the security and services they rely on. If it was a choice between council-run dementia care homes or a hotel, I know what side residents would be on. A financially responsible plan. Unlike some of the Conservative proposals, which relies on vague savings and risky assumptions, our budget ensures no new borrowing and actually builds reserves in years 4 and 5, strengthening the Council's long-term financial future. This is a budget and our amendments for all of Kirklees. We reject Labour's narrow focus on Huddersfield, just on the Huddersfield area. Our budget amendment ensures investment reaches the towns and villages across all of Kirklees, delivering fairness for all, north and south. In contrast, the Liberal Democrat amendment offers a sensible, forward-thinking and community-focused approach, one that ensures our residents get the services, investment and financial security they deserve. There's lots of positives in the amendments that have been put forward, and there's lots of clear and common themes which can be supported, and I hope by the end of this evening we will take on board the wishes and the views of all of our residents in all of our wards in Kirklees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Munro, please.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Mayor. While the I'm speaking to the Labour budget. While the Labour budget for the next financial year may give the Council economic stability, this comes at a price as its impact is disproportionate. The budget does not provide an equitable and fair distribution of budget spend across the borough. It fails to address the deep concerns, anxieties, frustrations, turmoil and distress we have all witnessed here at our council meetings and cabinet meetings, where genuine objections have been raised and feelings expressed by the residents we serve on issues such as the loss of our dementia care homes, the closure of Dewsbury Sports Centre and the closure of Cleckheaton Town Hall Grade 2 listed, a focal point for Spen Valley. Kirklees dementia homes are invaluable. The families have campaigned long and hard to save them. The fact that they are so highly praised by the families is testament to the high quality care that is provided there. The families have been rightly concerned about the sale and transfer, especially as they, like me, will be aware that private care homes are closing up and down the country as they struggle financially. When private providers have packed up and gone due to pure commercial decisions, what care will there be for dementia patients with complex needs? The Council is under a duty to provide this. The issue is the Labour budget provides no wiggle room. It has committed millions of pounds of funding to its own priorities in Huddersfield with investment in the Cultural Heart and George Hotel. While it is acknowledged the regeneration of Huddersfield is needed, as it is in Dewsbury too, the George Hotel remains a financial risk. This budget overlooks what the families of Kirklees need most desperately, a care home. Residents, the people of Kirklees and our communities have been overlooked in this budget. I therefore cannot support the Labour budget as it does not support people and families across the borough and put them first. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munro. Councillor Homewood, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to speak against the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. Get it right. Although there's some similarities across all of them. The reason why I went for the Liberal Democrat one was just that the first thing I wanted to mention was some of the references to the external audit report that are in the amendment. And I think you took some quotes out of there, but there were also some other things that they said in there that weren't necessarily also put in your amendment. One of them was that the auditors were looking at a national issue and explaining what the risks around that can be, but they also said it wasn't a substantial risk that they found. There wasn't a substantial finding against that risk in Kirklees. And they also said there was no inherent high-risk indicators in the plans in Kirklees. What they did suggest was that we needed really careful consideration, plans and controls around how we're planning about what money we're spending, how we're ensuring it's done properly and effectively. That's really important. And when I looked at the report, in there was a response from the council about everything we're doing in that space. And it's actually all of us, in the council who are part of that three lines of defence in terms of the cabinet, the scrutiny committees and the audit committee that have a responsibility there to make sure those things work. So I think that was the message that the auditors would give. They weren't saying to us, don't invest in X place or Y place or X thing or Y thing. They were talking to us about how we can mitigate our risk. And so I think it was the wrong message to take from that we shouldn't make those investments. The second thing that I wanted to just raise was about the George Hotel. And when I'm thinking about the George Hotel, it's making me feel like I've been here for a long time. Because when I first became a councillor, we was a Labour administration, every meeting that I came to, it was members of the opposition group saying, what is the Labour group doing about the George Hotel? It's a dereliction of duty. Why are you not buying it? Why are you not investing in it? All of you, from what I can remember, well, people were saying that. Whether it was you or not, I can't say.
Can I just remind members, one meeting, please?
I'm making a point here, which is...
making a point, let him make his point, please.
Yeah. So the overall point is that the council was pretty diligent actually. It didn't rush in and just buy the George Hotel. It looked at what the options were, but it's taken that on board. It's looked at how it can make a viable option. It's done that. Of course, there's some costs and some uncertainties there. Things take longer. It's a listed building. We've got to do it properly and all that. I'm struggling to understand what people think the alternatives, what we should have done. That's the thing. The other thing is on the cultural heart, and some of my colleagues have already commented on this. I think we're looking at this the wrong way. The cultural heart in Huddersfield is a once-in-a-generation investment in the town. Of course, it's going to cost a lot of money to do that investment. It's a zero-sum game to start going around saying, oh, the investment at each point in any moment in time has to be exactly the same in every location around the borough. That is impossible to achieve. And I do not believe that genuinely any other group in Kirklees Council wants to run the administration with a plan to half finish the cultural heart and have bits of things missing all over the place and take that to the public and say that is a good solution. It's not going to happen, is it? And it's easy to say that's what you do, but you wouldn't in reality do it, and I don't think it's logical. The final thing, the care homes or the care home proposition. I've been listening really carefully to when we've been having the discussions about the care home decision about it, and I agree. There's a question, isn't there, about who should run care homes, right? Should it be the state? Should it be somebody else? And I think that's a fair debate to have. But the care system is largely privatised in this country. We cannot single-handedly, as Kirklees, suddenly change that and make everything state provisioned. And the idea that building a new care home, I don't understand what the logic of that is, other than that it's a popular issue at the moment, which is a good thing to get a bit of notice in an amendment. I don't think it's got any basis in any sort of real investment in Kirklees or the people of Kirklees. So for all those reasons, I'm not supporting your amendment. I do understand, Councillor Burke. My colleagues brought up that you did ask about about the George Hotel on a number of occasions, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Homewood. Councillor Crook. Can I just remind members, I think we're getting a bit rowdy at certain times. If you've got a comment to make, you know what to do. Press your buzzer, and when it's your turn, I'll call you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of this Cabinet budget proposal and reference particularly those areas that relate to my Cabinet responsibilities. Firstly, I'd like to say that nearly 30% of the total capital spend identified in this budget proposal is within Kirklees Homes and Neighbourhoods from the Housing Revenue account. This represents unprecedented positive investment in the safety and comfort of our tenants across the district, and clearly this investment is focused where we have homes and according to need, not according to geography or any arbitrary or fictitious divide. I would also like to note here with gratitude that no party amendment is seeking to change this positive and much needed investment, a reflection, I hope, of our collective agreement that our tenants, including some of our most vulnerable residents, should be looked after and supported. In addition to the above, and within my transport portfolio, there is over £130 million of additional positive investment planned and in many cases underway. This investment is also absolutely not directed by a geographical division. It is simply the maximum possible positive investment in our places to meet needs.
Sorry, Councillor Crook, can I just stop you there? Councillor Kath Pinnock, I keep hearing your voice. If there is a contribution you'd like to make, please press the buzzer. Thank you. Please continue, Councillor Crook.
I've lost exactly where I got to. This investment is absolutely not directed by geographical division. It is simply the maximum possible positive investment in our places to meet need and to advance our district to serve us all. Investment throughout this budget is guided principally by need, but also by any external funding that is available. And in housing, in transport and in all service areas, we work with partners across the region to maximise the inward investment we can bring into the area, whenever and wherever we can, recognising that it is our collective interest to bring the maximum possible investment into our area. I should clarify here that this fantastic story of success is all down to the hard work and dedication of our officers, and I'd like to particularly thank all of those dedicated people, most especially in housing, where we've had a challenging year, and in transport, where the team has been so successful in bringing additional inward investment. Within transport, we're also looking forward with the support of this administration, to mass transit and the planned extension to Dewsbury and Kirklees. This will bring with it vast and beneficial investment on top of the investment already indicated for that area. It is my belief, as a councillor from the far south of Kirklees, that this investment will benefit our communities not just from Dewsbury heading north, but to all of us across the district. Finally, I would just like to mention our brilliant transport strategy within my transport portfolio again, currently under consultation. Again, this aligns with our council plan and the capacity for transport to connect our communities to opportunity and economic prosperity. For example, the Kirklees transport team has led on progressing the Penistone rail line upgrade funding bid, for which part of the required funding has already been confirmed by government. We are working hard with partners to lobby for the remaining required funding to connect the West Yorkshire Combined Authority from Huddersfield to the South Yorkshire Combined Authority in Sheffield, plus all communities in between, Barnsley, Penistone, Brockholes, where I will be catching the train to a housing summit in Sheffield tomorrow morning, unless we're still here, and all of the other communities in between. Just this last week, my MP and predecessor as Kirklees Council Deputy Leader, Paul Davis, has been lobbying on all of our behalves in Parliament, making a strong case for the valuable and essential investment this Penistone line requires to improve regional connectivity and to support our council plan priorities of inclusion and access for all. I think that this support illustrates the advantage that we now have and which we must use to best advantage with a Labour government, Labour mayor, Labour MPs and a Labour-led council. And I would like to thank Paul and parliamentary colleagues for their very welcome support. This is a positive, forward-looking budget proposal developed through inclusion and cross-party working and with the support of our fantastic Kirklees Council officers. It provides financial stability, sensible, equitable and responsible investment and for the foundations of a more prosperous and more equal future for Kirklees. I hope you will all support us in this by supporting this budget proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Councillor Moore.
I'm speaking to support the Community Alliance Amendment. The Community Alliance Budget Amendment offers a fair deal for North Kirklees and, importantly, a budget to readdress the ambition for North Kirklees so it is in line with the ambitions that exist for Huddersfield. And I think that's really important. Our plan is simple, a fair share of investment for North Kirklees. For too long, areas like Dewsbury and Batley have been overlooked, while a huge amount of taxpayers' money has been poured into Huddersfield. We want to change that. One of the biggest changes in our amendment is ensuring that money is spread more fairly across the borough. Right now, essential community facilities in North Kirklees are closing, while Huddersfield benefits from projects like the £250 million Cultural Heart Scheme and the £30 million for the Risky George Hotel project. Our proposals would take a fair share of that funding and reinvest it in North Kirklees, improving local services and facilities that people rely on. At present, this Labour Cabinet does not have a majority on Kirklees Council, yet just 8 Labour Cabinet members are making key financial decisions that affect the entire borough. Not one of these Cabinet members lives in North Kirklees. They all come from Greater Huddersfield. These are the same councillors who have decided to pour nearly £300 million of local taxpayers' money into Huddersfield projects, while essential services and community buildings in Batley are being shut down. I think one of the stark examples is the £16.5 million new library and food court project for Huddersfield, while Dewsbury Library has received a downgrade and it's being squeezed into the Walsh building, which isn't fit for purpose. Worse still, they continue to dismiss the input of councillors from other political groups, ignoring concerns about fairness and balance in their spending plans. Instead of working with all elected representatives to deliver the best outcome, they are pushing through a budget that prioritises Huddersfield while overseeing the downgrade of North Kirklees. It's time to rebalance the books and give every part of Kirklees a fair chance to thrive. We're calling all political groups to support this fair and ambitious budget. Let's invest in our communities, protect our services and give North Kirklees the future it deserves. And I'd just like to clarify that the 50-60 million we're talking about for Dewsbury, as far as I know, the arcade, a huge chunk of that came from a Heritage Lottery grant, not taxpayers' money. The 20 million is the levelling up fund from the government, 2 million a year over 10 years. The bus station came from WICA, not taxpayers' money. And just to add insult... Well, yeah, but okay. And equally, after this 300 million, we've now been informed that there's a further 1 billion coming into Huddersfield over the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Hussain, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I wanted to wish you Ramadan Mubarak and to you and your family. I rise to speak in support of Community Alliance budget amendment. The Community Alliance proposed budget amendment reflects a strong commitment to local investment, community wellbeing and financial sustainability. By reallocating the 45.5 million from the large-scale city centre projects, such as our Cultural Heart Phase 5, and to redirect that to community initiatives, this budget ensures that funding is focused on where it will have the most needed impact. The key investments and benefits. To summarise in our terms of our budget, we're supporting local communities in respect to an increase of £5,000 per ward in terms of our local ward budgets, which supports grassroots initiatives. There's going to be a 30k for a mobile fly tipping camera to tackle environmental crime. We're going to be enhancing public services in 25-26, strengthening access by moving resource to Dewsbury for taxi licensing and registrar services, and that's 2.5 days per week, making it more accessible in the north. We've been transforming Dewsbury Sports Centre, which is a £6.6 million total investment, which is a major revitalisation project, ensuring the centre remains a state-of-the-art facility for sports, fitness and community events. There's a 600k allocated in our budget for 2031 for operational support, and a further 6 million capital investment spread across 2027 and 2030 to modernise that facility. Investing in cultural community spaces, there's a 3.5 million total, strengthening our local communities. So we're going to be allocating 1.5 million for the Batley Library for 2027 to 2030 to enhance educational and cultural services, and a further 300k for Cronus Park Cafe in 2027 to 2028 to boost leisure and tourism. There's a 350k for new traffic calming measures in Dewsbury and Batley to improve road safety. It's a smart financial decisions by removing the 61.5 million in the borrowing needs for our Cultural Heart Phase 5 and scaling back some of those corporate landlord investments. The budget ensures long-term financial sustainability while redirecting resources to essential local services. It's also a very sustainable future. Despite a reduction in borrowing, the budget remains financially responsible with a 281k in savings from sustainable and essential condition works in 2025-2026. This approach ensures that Dewsbury Sports Centre, Batley Library and Cronus Park Cafe and other key local investments remain fully funded and sustainable for years to come. Nothing is flawed, as the minority Labour administrations makes you believe. And as they have said many times in this chamber, cut your cloth accordingly. And so they should, with phasing out unnecessary phases of the Cultural Heart project. You have a choice to make. Will you let the North and South divide grow astronomically? So I wouldn't just crack on. You need to seriously reflect, because it's the residents that will pay the price. It's all about providing essential services and fairly, and being financially responsible at the same time, which means reallocating the monies by focusing on grassroots investments, community well-being, and being responsible in your planning financially. This is where the Community Alliance Amendment delivers a strong and a positive future for our local communities. They are at the heart of what we do. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Councillor Masood Ahmed.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Ramadan Mubarak, even though somebody else took my line. If it's okay with you, I'll stay seated. If that's okay, thank you. I'd ask to speak on the Community Alliance Group Budget Amendment. Our budget is for the people and the communities that we all serve and represent. A budget which is fair, realistic, prudent and achievable. North Kirklees, in particular Dewsbury, has been neglected for far too long, stripped of services and facilities that are very vital and crucial to our communities that we represent. We want to make sure that the people are able to go to the registrar office, get married, register the birth of a child, go to the licensing office, apply or register for an operator's license or anything else to do with the licensing issues locally, rather than drive, catch a train or a bus to Huddersfield. We want to reopen the dry side for Dewsbury Sports Centre, which is crucial for Dewsbury and the surrounding communities it serves, with a population of 63,730 and the 5th largest towns and cities in West Yorkshire. As quoted by the Save the Dewsbury campaign group, these were not just facilities, they were lifelines, especially for our young people who now face a stark reality with fewer safe spaces to gather, learn and grow. The Sports Centre was unique in that it helped bridge these gaps. It was a place for outreach work by children, mental health services, was conducted where local martial arts, gymnastics, futsal clubs flourished, and where youth schemes provided crucial support, particularly during school holidays. We have seen an increase in antisocial behaviour and crime. Young people and adults need a leisure and recreation space near to them, which is Dewsbury Sports Centre, the heart and soul of Dewsbury and its communities. We want to reopen Crowness Park Cafe that has been closed for a number of years. The park is thriving and buzzing. Crowness Park is a multi-award winning park and one of the largest parks in North Kirklees. It has an adventure playground and refurbished greenhouse. The park has hosted large-scale events such as concerts in the park, a World Together, Olympic Flame, events as well as a small vintage car and flower shows. The park has an active friends group. By reopening the Crowness Park, cafe visitors and park users can sit, relax, have a nice cup of tea and enjoy the lovely surroundings of Crowness Park. We want to increase the member ward budget for councillors to do more in their wards and communities, alongside by supporting residents, community groups, voluntary organisations and sports clubs. We have seen the blight of fly tipping in our communities, and we want to address this by having a mobile fly tipping camera targeting hotspots and catching those perpetrators. We know that speeding of vehicles and community safety is very important. We want to improve the roads by implementing traffic calming measures in identified hotspots in our local communities. Finally, Madam Mayor, I will not be supporting the Labour budget for the first time in my 20 years as a Labour councillor. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ahmed. Councillor Sokol, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I speak in support of our Labour group budget. Madam Mayor, Labour budget is for the whole Kirklees, including South and North. It's not for one part of the Kirklees, as some groups are claiming in their amendment. Yeah? I think they should realize only 12 months ago, the Kirklees Council was on the brink of declare bankruptcy. Since our Labour minority group administration took the control over Kirklees, we work hard, our leadership, our cabinet members, they work very hard to avoid that bankruptcy situation. And I'm very grateful for the Kirklees Council, including Chief Executive and other senior officers, who work hard and giving support to our group, and without their officer support, we couldn't have avoided that bankruptcy. Now, people should not talk about the north or south Kirklees. Huddersfield is talking 250 million. It's been approved about a couple of years ago. I think more than that. And it's not only for the Huddersfield, there are 60 million for the Dewsbury regeneration, as my colleague Amanda mentioned. And then they're only talking about the Dewsbury Sports Centre. They never mention about Spen Valley swimming pool, which we only about a couple of years, this Labour administration spent more than 15 million. Isn't that part of Spen Valley is not part of the North Kirklees? Yeah, it's part of the North Kirklees. Why you are talking about not spending money on the North? We are spending on the South. Yeah.
One meeting, please. We're not having a discussion. Please let him make his point, and can we just have one meeting in the chamber, please? Please continue.
Our leader, Carol just said in her statement, we are spending 18 million in small towns, Bartley, Dewsbury already got, and other small villages. Yeah, 18 million in spite of we have hard-working budget. Yeah, we all should be grateful to our Labour budget, which is a very balanced budget. We had some support from the Labour government this time. That's we work. That's which will help us. So please do not talk about North and South. Talk about the whole Kirklees. We all councillors across the political party, we are elected by our resident of Kirklees, not to work just one part of the Kirklees council. It's our obligation, is our duty to work for the whole Kirklees community. I've been a long-standing councillor, I think about 35 years. I think Councillor Pinnick is more than me. I never ever seen people, our member councillor, talking about north and south on the budget meeting. So, as a long-standing councillor, I'm urging all the across the political groups member, please support the Labour budget, which is very balanced budget. Yeah. So that's why I'm not saying any more. Please do support our budget. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sokal. Councillor Sheard.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it'll come to no surprise that I am rising to object to the Labour motion. It's time to face facts. Kirklees Council is in a financial crisis, and it is the people of this borough that are now going to be paying the price for the sheer incompetence of this Labour administration. Where's the Labour administration turning to save? It's not their own back pocket. That would be a silly suggestion to make. It's the taxpayers of this borough. They're hiking council tax by an additional 5%. They're cutting over 100 jobs in council, and they're stripping £26 million from several frontline departments that are already stretched paper thin. This, after all the mess Labour's made, is the last thing that families need. This isn't about keeping services afloat. This is about bailing out endless years of mismanagement that Labour has dug over the last number of years. And it's the same old story. We get it at every single budget meeting. Pay more, get less. Let's not forget that last year, after closing Nab Lane, Tip Down and Dewsbury Sports Centre and half of North Kirklees, that £1.5 million went lost in unpaid energy bills because this council couldn't collect what was owed to them. £7.7 million was overspent on homelessness provisions because the council allowed it to go unchecked and unaudited. And let's then top that off with a cool £5.3 million debt that this council decided to write off. Money that should have gone to protecting Nab Lane or Batley Sports and Tennis Centre, but it didn't. And actually, if we add up those funds as well that the council allowed to slip through its fingers, it would have tallied up to £11 million in savings, which could have gone towards the savings needed within this budget. It's clear that Labour's financial mismanagement is costing us, and it's costing every single taxpayer within Kirklees. They've wasted our money on ideological whims, and now they're raising taxes and cutting services to try and cover up their mistakes. But here's the real kicker, and it's something we've already heard, and it's something we hear every single budget meeting again. When all this blows up, who are they going to blame? Oh, no, not themselves, the people who's in charge. They will blame absolutely everyone else for the mess that they've made. But the truth couldn't be simpler, and the people outside know, people in here know, people across Kirklees know, that Labour has driven Kirklees to the brink, and it is now the hard-working taxpayers, again, of this borough that are paying the price. It is time for common sense budgeting. It's time to stop wasting money. It's time to cut taxes. And it's time to put the hard-working people of this borough first. The message from this cabinet tonight couldn't be clearer. Blame everyone but us for the mess we've made. And Madam Mayor, along as Ramadan, it is the festival of Lent for Christians as well, so maybe this Lent, Labour can give up being financially responsible. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheed. Councillor Cooper.
Rise to speak to the Labour motion. Firstly, my disappointment for the first time in 25 years that the Green Group has not produced a budget amendment. The sole focus of the many hours we put into working in the amendment was to stop the privatisation of dementia care homes, and we were trying to make this work right up until the last minute. We appreciate the support of officers, but the process we went through to get to this point and the assumptions we had to follow made it impossible without contemplating some pretty unpalatable choices. Savings that at one point we thought we had changed overnight. Labour had hardwired this privatisation as a core part of their budget, making it impossible to unravel. The £850,000 funding gap would have been more than easily met had the Labour government met in full the council's additional employers' national insurance rise, but we were £2.2 million short. We got within 300k of our target, but after that we were exploring areas of potential cuts that were not what we were about, and I apologise to officers for that. The points by campaigners regarding the council basing their assumptions on average costs of care as opposed to the higher end dementia care that Castle Grange and Claremont House provide are well made, and I feel the council's case is short-sighted and sadly doesn't recognise the value of those services we provide and how being a public sector service is a major factor in their value. I'd also note that in a council today, not far away, in no overall control, where they operate a committee system, that their budget process has run smoothly, with all the work being done in a collegiate way prior to the Theatre of Budget Council. I wonder at what point during this evening's proceedings that we will all wish we were in the same fortunate position. I also note the criticism of some Conservative councils for their reckless spending and their high council tax. Fair enough, but I did not hear any reference to Bradford or Birmingham, where we have had Labour majority councils for many, many years with higher than 9.99% council tax rises operating with a cabinet system. So yes, we have a balanced budget, but at what a cost? Closure of Dewsbury Sort Centre, the privatisation of dementia care homes, the mothballing of Cleckheaton Town Hall, and massive hikes in permit parking and allotment fees, which illustrate that the council has had its eye off the ball for a long time, for many years. The fact that they've had to make those rises illustrates the problem. And when we look at Huddersfield Town Centre, I've heard what people have said today about Huddersfield Town Centre and the issues around it.
there is more to Huddersfield Town Centre than the cultural heart. And I've said this many times, and we've got to think about those businesses that are already there. And I've raised this before, and I'm sure I will be working with others in this chamber to try and establish a strong partnership strategy to address that. I am talking to traders in Huddersfield Town Centre, and they know that it's not all about the cultural heart. We can't wait for the cultural heart. There's a lot more to the body of the cultural heart. I'd just like to say a little thing about, I mentioned the word collegiate working. Now, it was Monday that many of us, leaders of groups, got an email from the leader of the council saying, asking us to come together, to meet up, to operate in a collegiate fashion to help get the budget through. Now, just like a puppy is not just for Christmas, collegiate working is not for 2 days before a budget council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Andrew Pinnock, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's important that there's been a lot of talk about divisions within Kirklees, the north versus the south, for instance, and things like that. And I want to make it clear that although, if you look at our amendment, sorry, I want to say I'm speaking on to our own amendment. I want to make it clear that although it might look parochial, it might look like that. However, I want to stress that the things that we have done in our amendment are items that we think need to be done. Now, I have nowhere said that Huddersfield Town Centre, Huddersfield itself, should not have investment and that it should all go somewhere else. Frankly, that's a really very silly way of looking at it. The work should be done so that there is a fairness in what is provided for different parts of the borough. Now, there can be plenty of argument about what fair means. But when you have a situation, as we do in Cleckheaton, where we have had our town hall taken away from us, it is not available for use and is the only public building in the town, you can understand that we start getting a bit cross and want to try and do something about it. That's why I say it looks as though we're being parochial, but we're trying to correct something that is wrong and needs to be done something about it in the first year or the second year, because there are lots of people in the town who are extremely upset by not having the town hall. And I might add that they are also extremely upset about having parking charges. But that's in a way a different argument, but it is nevertheless an issue that excites a lot of local people who try and find ways round it. Oh, you'll never make any money out of that. But sorry, I'm not talking about that really. There are other things in our budget also which are really important. To have a town the size of Dewsbury without a sports centre is stupid, actually. I will use that word. Because, all towns have got problems that having a sports centre will do a lot to help alleviate. And I think that although we are not able or weren't able to put money in as early as we would like to, we have done our best. And I'm sure that when and if we come to talk between groups about what we do with the budget, we can come to some agreement as to how we try and sort out the problems that we all identify that the budget needs to put right. There's quite a lot of things in the Labour budget that I agree with. Over the years of having budget debates, it's quite obvious that in most cases it's only a very little bit that separates the different groups, and we are having arguments about sometimes very small amounts of money. But these arguments, or discussions rather, sorry, are nevertheless quite passionate. But I think I will summarise what we have tried to do with our budget as trying to put right some of the things that are wrong with the Labour budget.
20 seconds, Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. I am going to now call for a short break, comfort break for about 10 minutes. I'm just looking at the list, and if everyone that's press speaks, we've still got about an hour of debate. So 10 minutes for a quick comfort break. Everyone be back for 25 to 9, please. Thank you. Thank you, and okay. Are we live now? Yeah?
Yep, go for it.
Okay, so welcome back to the meeting. As I've said, we've got 15 speakers, so that takes, if everyone takes 5 minutes, that's over an hour left of debate. No, we're not getting food again, Councillor Smith. The next time Muslims will be eating is at 3 in the morning. So if you're wanting to be here till 3, then we'll get a takeout, I'm sure. But we'll crack on. Councillor Musrat Khan, please. Is she in the room? No. Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Anthony Smith is in the room. Sorry, Councillor Smith. Councillor Khan has just come back in.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, if you don't mind, everyone's going to get an opportunity to speak. Yeah. Councillor Muskan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and sorry about that. I wasn't going to speak tonight. However, after listening to a couple of Labour councillors and what they had to say, I want to just reflect on that. We have a government that listens to us. So is that why council tax is going up? Is that what the public wanted?
Councillor Khan, could you just explain at the start, are you speaking on the motion or on an amendment?
Speaking to the original motion.
Original motion, thank you.
Sorry. So I'll repeat myself. So I heard tonight we have a government that listens to us. So is that why council tax is going up yet again? We've had council tax increases year upon year. We're introducing astronomical parking permit charges. There's a whole load of other cuts which are impacted on people as well. I heard a Labour councillor talk about investment in housing, yet this Labour budget, it proposes a slash of 400,000 out of the award-winning Kirklees Better Outcome Service, known as KBOP. The purpose of this service is to prevent homelessness by supporting vulnerable individuals to maintain their tenancies. So it doesn't make sense to cut this service at a time when the number of people presenting as homeless is going through the roof and placing them in costly bed and breakfast and temporary accommodation. I mean, as some of you will know, the council has a duty under certain circumstances to provide that temporary accommodation, and the numbers are increasing. So that bit doesn't make economic sense at all. KBOP interventions are actually cheaper per person than placing somebody in temporary accommodation. So it makes perfect sense to support somebody to not become homeless and have to make a homeless application. So, and I'd also like to know how many local people are going to lose their jobs due to this proposal. The third sector is contracted to deliver these services, and it's delivered by our local residents. So there's no mention of that. There's no acknowledgement of that in this proposal of any sort of like wider impact. And this ultimately, this cut will directly to lead to more pressures on the NHS and on adult social care. Now again, as I said before, in terms of adult social care, the privatisation of dementia care homes, it's a massive mistake. It's based on fundamentally flawed calculations, and the campaigners still do not have answers in relation to their questions. They remain unanswered. But the Labour administration will be placing the council in a position where the private sector will have the council over a barrel with little remaining negotiation powers. And ultimately the taxpayer will foot the bill and service users will have to pay the price. So there was more that the UK Labour government could have done. According to the Tax Justice UK, the Labour government needs to go further to close tax loopholes and could have raised an additional £60 billion a year for struggling public services and a crumbling infrastructure. Okay? I urge the local Labour leadership to work collaboratively with the other groups. There are some merits in each individual proposal, and to lobby their government and tell their national leaders that people have had enough of rising costs, lack of prosperity and want a future for their children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking to the Labour motion, by the way. I just wanted to pull back and focus on the big picture here, and that is the decision by Kirklees Labour Council to spend over £30 million on a luxury hotel and over £200 million on the Huddersfield Town Centre, while simultaneously closing dementia care homes, sports centres and public buildings in other areas of the borough. It's a misguided prioritisation of funds that fails to serve the real needs of local residents across the borough. I say this as a resident of Lindley, which is in close proximity to Huddersfield Town Centre. And unfortunately, we now find ourselves in a position where many of these decisions are baked in, leaving us with far fewer choices than any of us would like. But there are still choices. The first point I'd like to make is about the neglecting essential services. Investing in a high-end hotel is a luxury, not a necessity, whereas dementia care homes, sports centres and public facilities are lifelines for many residents. The closure of these services disproportionately affects the elderly, vulnerable and working class communities, leaving them without vital support. A council's duty is to serve its people, not gamble on risky commercial ventures. Secondly, in respect of financial mismanagement and hypocrisy. This council repeatedly claims it has no money for essential services, yet it can allocate massive funds to regeneration projects that may not benefit the wider borough. If finances are so stretched that care homes and leisure facilities must close, then how can they justify spending on a hotel which may not even be profitable in the long run? This raises serious questions of accountability and financial priorities. 3. Unbalanced investment in the borough. The focus on Huddersfield Town Centre comes at the expense of other areas like Dewsbury, Batley and rural communities, which are seeing their public assets stripped away. Council tax is collected from all parts of Kirklees, yet not all areas are seeing fair investment. The council must ensure funding is distributed equitably rather than concentrating spending in one urban area. 4. High-risk investments with no guarantees. A luxury hotel is not a guaranteed success, especially when Kirklees is not a major tourism hotspot. With economic uncertainty and changes in travel habits, the hotel could become a financial drain rather than a boost. Meanwhile, again, the cuts to dementia care homes and sports facilities will have an immediate and devastating impact on residents. 5. Short-term thinking, long-term consequences. Public buildings and sports centres promote health, well-being and community cohesion, preventing larger social and NHS costs in the long run. Closing these facilities now may save money in the short term, but it will lead to higher costs in healthcare, social care and crime prevention later. The Council's priorities should be the long-term well-being, not speculative commercial ventures. In conclusion, it's a council that's failing its people. Labour's approach over the past few years has prioritised vanity projects over essential services. A responsible local government should protect its most vulnerable residents, invest in local communities in all areas and ensure public funds are spent wisely. This Labour budget continues in the same vein as before, doubling down on their reckless plans and failing to make the difficult choices to protect essential services and ensure that investment is fairly distributed across all communities in Kirklees. Our amendment seeks to redress some of those failings in the limited scope that it has. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Anwar, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be speaking on the Labour motion. For the last 14 years, all we've heard in this chamber is blame the Conservative government. Well, that sympathy ran out last year in July after the elections, and we got a Labour government who throughout the election promised the world to people across Britain, but sadly haven't still yet delivered. Coming back to some of the comments made by Labour colleagues today, just a reminder, the Deputy Prime Minister, Ms Rayner, stated that there was no money coming into struggling councils, including Labour-run councils. We've always seen a split between 70% coming to Huddersfield and 30% coming to Dewsbury. That's why Dewsbury is in the sad state of affairs that it is today, suffering with a closed sports centre, a sports centre in which I learnt how to swim. Well, I'm afraid my children and other children across North Kirklees will experience that now with the closed centre. Maybe it is now time where councillors from North Kirklees ask themselves, is it time for a devolution deal where we go back to the pre-1974 Council of Batley and Dewsbury, where we hold our own responsibilities, our own powers, and how our own money should be spent, instead of it being focused in just one specific area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anwar. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak against the Labour motion. So I'll start by, because I think it's got in a bit of a mood here tonight. So I'm going to start and try and lighten it up. So where have all the flowers gone? And if you're old enough to remember, you'll know it was a song. A disturbed sound of silence. In North Kirklees, that's the question we're asked. North Kirklees, I ask that constantly. And I hear what Councillor Sokol said tonight, North-South divide, but it's become greater. So over the years, we've seen the assets, like Dewsbury Sports Centre, we said that, services, and Batley Library, dementia care, a budget that has put Huddersfield, and one that you've got here tonight, is to try and get you back into the Premier Division. Can't see it happening. So 350 million, Cultural Heart, 30 million, George Hotel. Still you continue to press ahead with Phase 5. If you halted it, you could be fixing the foundations, the very foundations that you've destroyed in the north. You've taken them away, and we're not saying there aren't decisions and difficult decisions to make, because any administration would say the same, but you've got choices, and you're choosing not to listen to your communities. Yeah, and you're clearly not listening tonight again, because I've heard some really crazy things said here tonight. But Councillor Cooper, I will acknowledge what you said tonight, particularly around council tax. Look at Bradford, 9.9%, 99%. That could be us next year, because they're going to have to raise the money somewhere. It's worrying, and it's a future that our local people can't afford to buy into. Overall, there has to be a negotiation with government. I love the idea of connectivity, about buses and routes. That's fantastic. Who's going to afford them? Because nobody here can. You talked about an open budget process earlier tonight. It's not been open, I'm sorry. It's been a very close process. Scrambling for piecemeal at the table. And one of the things I wanted to focus on was Dewsbury Town Centre. Yes, there is some money being put into Dewsbury Town Centre. I'm going to acknowledge that 100%. But you're selective where you're putting it. If you'd listened to what we said before, you need to have a safe town centre in order to put something in a town centre. You need to have vibrant businesses in town centre before you start doing what you're doing. I mentioned for years about selective licensing on properties that are in Dewsbury. I think the officers are still thinking about it because they never ever come back. Tonight it was mentioned you commissioned a review. Where you got the money from that then? That's worrying. Who's paying for that? Because I thought you knew what you were doing, And people are tired of being consulted about being consulted. You never consult and feed back. So we don't know what we're doing, and people keep saying they aren't having anything. There was also reference tonight that if you pull phase 5, and I know it's a big ask, to halt it, it'd be an eyesore, Huddersfield. Well, so is Dewsbury, so is Cleckheaton, so is all the areas around, eyesores for deprivation and loss of funding through this administration. So it is a once-in-a-lifetime generation, and Councillor Homewood, I'm going to use yours, it is once-in-a-lifetime generation thing for Huddersfield, but equally it is about all of Kirklees. You are not here elected to be representing Huddersfield only. It's got the very parochial worrying. So I won't be supporting this budget. I think you can tell by that. But I think what you need to be doing is listening across this chamber. There's a correlation of all the different groups that are feeding back to you and actually telling you, you've got it wrong. Hold your hands up and come to the table with something sensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking about the Community Alliance amendment. And I hope colleagues are very excited that you're going to get one extra grip bin according to this. I mean, my greatest worry is which residents I'm going to upset because they'll all want it on their road. But, you know, there it is. It's an offer. The sports centre, Councillor Scott's absolutely right. It's a vital thing. It's an urgent thing. It is worrying. And she knows as well as I do the difficulties related to this. But their amendment talks about putting funding in for Dewsbury Sports Centre. I bet the people of Dewsbury are excited. But there's no money coming in 2025-26. There's no money coming in 2026-27. The first pound to be spent is in 27-28, 150,000, which actually won't do anything. It won't manage to open the dry side, although I have to compliment the Community Alliance budget people because it's certainly earlier than the other amendments that have been put forward. It's a really difficult thing, and Councillor Scott knows full well. She chaired the cabinet that had to close Dewsbury Sports Centre. She knew what the problems were. But, you know, it is an issue that won't go away, and we do have to address. But, you know, trying to promise people that there's a magic thing going to happen in 27-28, I think is really disingenuous. I'm fascinated by the fly-tipping mobile cameras, because I was talking to an officer, 2 weeks ago, about the mobile cameras that we do have already for fly tipping, you know, but there we are. And I absolutely agree that Kirklees should be a place for all. Each and every one of us is elected by a particular group of residents in a ward, but we are elected to serve all of Kirklees. That's true, isn't it? Not one place, not another. And I think that's what a lot of us try to do. However, the budget amendment really talks about Dewsbury and Batley. It's a bit like the pot calling the kettle black, isn't it? Saying, oh, it's all about South Kirklees. Here we have the budget for Dewsbury and Batley. I'm really glad that there's no speeding in the rest of our wards, because there's traffic calming put in for Dewsbury and Batley, nowhere else. And you wouldn't know that North Kirklees consists of Hetman Wyke, Murfield, Cleckheaton, Liversidge and Gummersall, Burstle and Burtonshaw, because they don't get a look in this, helping sort out North Kirklees. It goes on about Crowness Park, Dewsbury, the sports centre at Dewsbury, which is a key issue, and Batley Library. I have to say, Councillor Andrew Pinnock was very supportive in talking about Dewsbury Sports Centre. It's a shame that isn't reciprocated by this amendment from the Community Alliance. It is a parochial budget. It's not about Kirklees being a place for all. And I really, really could not support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to speak to the Community Alliance Group amendment, and in doing so I will reflect on the religious connotations that we've already enjoyed today and thank the Muslim community members for sharing breaking the fast of Ramadan with us. As Councillor Sheard, and Ramadan Mubarak to all my colleagues. As Councillor Sheard has said, it is also the start of the holy season of Lent for Christians. That is equally an important time for us. Strangely, we're supposed to sacrifice for 40 days, not just 30, so I might have to have a look at that, Madam Mayor. Traditionally, Christians give up something for Lent, and I had thought long and hard about a sacrifice, but unfortunately the group whip turned it down and I've had to come today. Councillor Scott has had her own epiphany, it seems. A true Damascene conversion. The wrongs that she and her group proposed to right all seem to be policies that she and other members of her group were involved in instigating for many years when they ran the council and when they were propping up the Labour group running the council. So, yes, indeed. Pity you didn't see it sooner. Let's have a look at some of the things. Some of the mismanagement during that time. We've heard about the George Hotel, which was bought, I believe, for 1.8 million, and the costs have spiralled to around 30 million. I don't know if any members of the current cabinet are members of the trade union Unison. No, probably a good job, because their attempt at running a hotel in Birmingham saw the cost rise from about 29 mil to 112. It said Unison, according to the newspapers. But we also, the community group, are also talking about having an independent parking permit review. We don't think you're getting away, Yusra, because they say the system is unfair. I agree, it is unfair. But when members, parish councillors, ward members and others came to Cabinet and said that it was unfair, it was Councillor Hussain who launched a review. So are we having to review your review, Yusra? And how much is that costing? So we're now seeing we need something else. And I think a reflection, a cultural reflection for Yusra is certainly we found one lady who is for turning in this council chamber. I agree with one sentence in their narrative. It is unfair for residents from North Kirklees to travel from Huddersfield all the time. We should be making things more approachable to us in our area. In October 2013, I was proud, when I was the mayor, to unveil the £600,000 invested in the new registrar front office of Dewsbury. That lasted less than a decade before Kirklees Labour localised everything back to Huddersfield, meaning everybody has to travel to Huddersfield for registry services. Although they do lump with residents having to travel, taxi licensing. While some of the taxi drivers may be residents, most of them are businesses. And there is a certain economy of scale having businesses. I'm sure that any taxi driver from Dewsbury, if a member of the public got in and said, would he take me to Huddersfield, wouldn't say no to them, would they? So it seems when they're having to come and do their business, it's a bit hard turning around and saying they shouldn't do that. We also see in their narrative the cafe at Crowness Park. And yes, this is another travesty, a 28-year travesty. It was in 2017 when the Labour-run council, and some of us will remember that they had 42 of 72 councillors under stewardship of John Harmon, as he was then, later Sir John. I thought you got on the council before me, Cathy, but there are certainly, I can look around and see at least one member who was a member of that council, supported that move by John Harmon to down and the Labour group, and wouldn't countenance anything against it. And then we saw Dewsbury Park go down and down and down. The museum was moved out. So, Eric, I hope you're proud of the work that you did in those days. You remember it, but are you proud of it? And do you say sorry for it? It's no use remembering, you must repent. Let's get the religion in again. Repent. The time is nigh, Eric. Repent. Madam Mayor, we also see from the Community Alliance the vast investment of a proposal for one additional grit bin for Ward with a single fill. Well, given the weather that we've had this year and we've had on others, that seems to be too little too late. For some time now, myself and colleagues have been saying that grit bins in new developments should be paid for by the developer. But this council, let's remember, as Steve Hall used to say, Labour run, you know, it's a Labour run council. Well, yes, it is. They will not put that burden onto developers, as we do in other planning things with parks and other things. They pay for the parks and pay a commuted sum. Why don't you protect the safety of people on new estates with grit bins and a commuted sum to fill them? So, Madam Mayor, as I say, it's good that some of those members are repenting at last. They have a long way to go, but I won't be supporting them in doing it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Hanifa Darwan, please.
I'm just getting ready. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking about the Labour budget. Budgeting for equity requires building a budget from the ground up, funding goals, not departments, measuring results and including input from multiple voices. Equitable budgeting improves outcomes for all members of the community, not just the most influential and powerful. This council must prioritise equity for all of their constituents. Closing down the sports centre and other services, including privatisation of dementia care homes, should not be used to balance the council budget, especially when constituents' health and lives are at stake. It's not about Huddersfield versus North Kirklees. It's about fairness. Dewsbury has been allocated £60 million, and if you divide that by the amount of people who live there, it's about £941.42 per person, which is less than the amount of taxes paid by households. We have all been elected by our constituents, and we must do our best to cater for the needs and put our political differences behind us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Darwan. Councillor O'Donovan.
Gosh, I know that Chris McCausland's next door, isn't he? Yeah. I'm going to bring his audience in here because the jokes are so good, Councillor Bolt. It's taken a long time for someone to say that. I'm actually going to speak... absolutely. I'm actually going to speak against the Liberal Democrat amendment because it confuses me somewhat. Yeah, sometimes, Councillor Pinnock, absolutely. Sometimes, yeah, absolutely. What confuses me is that for many years we've heard Liberal Democrats talk about the importance of Huddersfield, trade, car parking, investment, yet I'm sure Liberal Democrats across Kirklees, particularly in Huddersfield, are squirming in their seats that you want to take away phase 5 of the blueprint and the cultural heart in Huddersfield. But more interestingly, last year you sought to remove phase 3 and phase 4 of the cultural heart from the budget in Huddersfield. So I think
One meeting, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
I think Liberal Democrats in Huddersfield will be squirming, and I'm not sure what their support will be like for Liberal Democrats, knowing that they want to remove over half of the investment and half of the input the council is making into Huddersfield. That really does confuse me, Mayor. It's clearly laudable for any group to make provision for anything to do with children's services or adult social care. That's quite right, and that's laudable that that's in there. But I'm minded of the budget amendment of the Liberal Democrats in 21-22, where the Liberal Democrats sought to remove a sizable chunk of the adult social care precept. Some won't remember that. They wanted to reduce the size of the adult social care precept that we were proposing. And in doing that, they were taking away millions and millions of pounds from our adult social care budget over those years. And that is significant. And we shouldn't forget that. It's laudable to talk about it today, but people shouldn't remember that accepting Liberal Democrat motions don't always lead us to the right path. That would in 21, that would in 20...
Councillor Burke, one meeting, please.
That motion in 21-22 would have eradicated millions of pounds from our care services for older people, and let that sink in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donovan. Councillor Arshad, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start off with Ramadan Mubarak, Happy Easter and Happy Ash Wednesday to all those observing. Albeit the Cabinet for the Labour motion, and that's what I'd like to speak on, is asking us to get behind them. I've had a bit of a prequel to your ask, and I was sitting right there when I practically pleaded with you, and we did the numbers as well when it came to the dementia care homes, and it fell on deaf ears. Those numbers were very easy to identify compared to the numbers that I feel you're not going to be able to identify, and I don't want people to get precious about what we don't have when it comes to the cultural heart. And let's get precious about what we do have or what we did have, if we can redirect the funds to save. And I'm not going to talk about the north and south divide. Clearly there is a divide, and it's unfortunate that money is going to have to come from somewhere, and that a large sum will have to come from something that isn't there yet. It can be stopped at phase 5 to be able to re-inject that money back into our cultural hearts. That when I came to this country in the 80s, there were period buildings that were the culture of this country, and I got to see growing up, and I can't see them being destroyed when I am sitting in this chamber amongst you guys. And Councillor Turner, I don't want to sound facetious because I have a lot of friends cross-party. I don't have a budget amendment today because I've seen 3 others, and I collaborate with people, and I think I do that really well. I'd love to be able to collaborate with you guys as well, but what the other 3s are saying is far better than what you're offering for the people of Kirklees. I repeat again, let's not be precious about what we don't have. Let's be precious about what we did have and we can bring back, and what we do have and we can save. That's what I'm asking you today.
Thank you, Councillor Arshad. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you. I'd love to support a budget proposal that had been formed through a cooperative process, through the involvement of all 69 councillors, that actually took account of the various needs of all parts of the borough. But it doesn't. And I'll be speaking on the Labour budget, just in case we weren't clear. We are supposed to be a cooperative council, whatever that's supposed to mean. It feels like it means, let's work together, but you're all wrong. You're all wrong anyway, so just do what we want to do. That's how cooperation seems to work at Kirklees Council, and it needs to change. We've heard that other councils are in trouble, and it's almost as if to think that we're not. Let me just chuck some numbers out. We've got a provision for a pay award at 3%. The unions are asking for up to 10%. It's £2.5 million per percent. So very quickly you could find that we needed to find £5, £6, £7 million extra, and that's going to be a struggle. Over the next 3 years, we're looking to borrow an additional 400 million quid. 400 million pound. That's going to take total borrowing from 900 million to 1.3 billion pounds. That's Kirklees Council. 1.3 billion pounds. That's going to cost about 24 million pound a year to finance. Unfortunately, because of the dillying and dallying, we're going to have to finance that now on public work loan boards rates that are about 6%. Back in 2020, they were 3%. Maybe, if people had been focused and cracked on with dealing with the issues when they had the opportunity to, we could have dealt with a lot of the issues we're facing now at a fraction of the cost. But we didn't, because people don't listen. Now, we're stuck with the George Hotel. I never thought it were a good idea. It were Barry Shearman who thought it were a brilliant idea, along with building a ski lift from Huddersfield Town Centre down to football stadium. Hopefully you're not going to roll with that one. We're on 30 million already for the George. We're a long way from finished. That's going to cost £2 million a year to finance. I don't think Radisson are going to be paying anything like £2 million a year. So that's a cost that the ratepayers are going to have to carry. And every penny that's going effectively to subsidise Radisson's operation is money that's been taken away from other services that ratepayers expect this council to deliver. We've got the cultural heart. The key bit for me to the cultural heart is the entertainment bit. But for some reason, that's been left as phase 5. It now looks going to be kicked down the line. It may never happen. Yet actually, sport, music, that is the cultural heart of the whole of Kirklees. Not with the best will in the world, the new museum and art gallery, I don't think is going to gather the kind of footfall that you may be hoping for. Whereas an entertainment section and the food hall probably would make Huddersfield a destination again. As it stands, when I look outside around Huddersfield, I see desolation, I see empty shops, and I worry very much about what the future holds. Now, we've also got a proposal, and this is one that I really would like everybody just to have a think about. The horrible flats at Berry Brow, the two tower blocks, I wish they'd been pulled down a long time ago. The current proposal is to demolish those and to replace them with a lower-rise block at a cost of £35 million. £35 million to build 135 flats. That's a per unit cost of 260 grand. £260,000 for a council flat. £260,000 for a council flat. You could go anywhere in Kirklees and buy a decent house for that. In fact, you could probably go and buy back some of the houses that this council has flogged off and bring them back into the estate. And you'd be able to do that knowing what the cost is going to be, rather than hoping that we're not going to end up with massive cost inflation like we've had for the George. This council needs radical transformation. It really needs to get under the bonnet of things. Budget amendments really only tinker around the edges. There's fundamentals that need to be addressed. And that means we have to work together. And that means Labour have got to get their heads around listening to what everybody else is concerned about. You have got to do it. It's not a choice. God knows what time we're going to get home tonight.
10 seconds, Councillor.
Maybe this will be the start of listening.
Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to speak against the Labour group motion, or is it the Labour Cabinet motion? I can't quite work it out. This is actually my second budget meeting as an independent. Few things have changed. New leader, Labour majority's gone. But you can always rest assured that you'll get Councillor Hawkins taking a pop at the independents, as he did last year. There seems to be a common theme about getting back to basics. And what I'm picking up is the basics is about how our residents come and report, communicate with the council. It's actually incredibly difficult once you've got rid of the customer care centres, once you've actually got people waiting on the phones for hours, once you've actually got sort of, oh, you need to fill that form in, but you try and find that form, because I have difficulty sometimes pointing somebody in the right direction to this. Do you know what to me is the basics? It's actually making sure that the bins get emptied, the fly tipping is cleared up, and there's no potholes on the road, and overhanging vegetation is cut back. When I was first elected, all of that happened, but now it doesn't. Now I can be waiting for 6, 7, 8 weeks looking at the same pile of fly tip. Actually, it's not the same because it gets bigger every week that I come down and I actually report. That is the basics for our residents. We also talk about £500,000 for winter pressures. Wow. We've got 1,400 and I think it's 69 grit bins. within Kirklees. We were quoted £300 per refill. So that's roughly, give or take a few things there, that is roughly the winter fuel, is the winter allowance that they've actually given here. You look at, we are also going to invest 50 million to actually save money. But again, our residents, they can see things happening, the big things like the dementia homes going, sports centre, the Dewsbury Sports Centre being closed down. They don't want is these waffly investments. They want to actually see services here, and because they actually are sick to death of their council tax going up every year, and what they get back is less and less. And we talk about collegiate working. It's a lovely idea, but collegiate working really shouldn't be sending out an email to all the independents, the group leaders at 8:30 on a Sunday saying, do you want to meet with us to talk about the budget? That should have been done months ago. That's something, if we actually had, say, a committee system, could have been done. Because as Councillor Cooper says, there is a minority council whose budget's all been ironed out because it's been discussed, because people have got a say in the whole thing. And that is what we need to do. And like I say, Councillor Hawkins, just to let you know, the one thing I do bring tonight is my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Addy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sad, as the closure of Dewsbury Sports Centre was, it's been heralded as the panacea for health inequalities in Dewsbury, but sadly, for the past decade and way beyond that, it has not been addressing the devastating health inequalities in our hardest hit areas in Dewsbury and North Kirklees. But I am pleased to say we are looking to make targeted actions in those areas, and targeted is what we need.
Sorry, Councillor Addy, could I just get you to confirm whether you're speaking on the
amendments?
The amendments. Thank you.
Sorry. We are already working with the ICB, with Sports England funding, to identify the barriers to getting active, to working hard to look at targeted opportunities to improve well-being with our health and community partners in the hardest hit areas for the long term, and positively influence these communities to work together with us and our partners to build well-being and improve health inequalities in the long term. And speaking about the basics, it's not just physical activity. We have 5 new wellness officers coming on who are going to be working at the very bottom level where it's needed, helping people with their health inequalities, targeting health action. When it comes to adult social care, there's no need for another care home. Simply put, there is plenty of capacity in our residential care sector. Sorry, Councillor Smith, I think you put us in the list of closing care homes. We've simply transferred them into the private sector. Who would a new council-built care home be for? We've already heard the figures over and over again. Who would that subsidised care be for? Which people are going to get, which 20 to 40 people would be getting subsidised residential care? Because that's what happens. We've been having to support those care homes. That's why they've moved into the private sector. And we have a hybrid working in social care. It's private sector working with the council sector. We're looking to make the care for everybody across the borough. We work closely with those who provide residential care in the private sector, with our care association, with our contracts team, helping to make sure that quality is always there and improving. Whilst in the council, we are working hard on our daycare provision, so we have provision for all, with additions such as no park house daycare, the latest thinking in daycare. Kirklees Council has just been given a big thumbs up for its front door services, with the latest social care survey showing excellent feedback on the ability to make contact with the right staff for the right interventions. Those interventions may be in the private sector or the council sector. Social care is a hybrid system in Kirklees, as it is across the country, and each part needs to provide the best services possible.
We shape the landscape of social care in the borough as a council. And as such, we'll be looking at the future workforce strategy in social care. A fifth of our workers are in social care. We want to enhance their lives and therefore enhance the cares of those who look after us. It's not just about providing residential care, it's a whole picture of care. Our transformation programme in social care is moving forward, looking across the care needs with our partners, and it's looking to improve the care for all residents. And just one last thought, I'm looking, well-being comes from culture, regeneration, as well as the basics of health. And I cannot see that by tearing down and destroying the progress we're aiming to make in one area will not just leave a bittersweet taste in the mouth for those anywhere else that would benefit from that. Let's work forward and regenerate across the borough. Let's bring culture across the borough, as we are working towards doing.
Thank you, Councillor Addy. Councillor Bramwell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say Ramadan Mubarak to everyone, and I also want to recognise that it is Lent for those that are Catholic like myself and Christians across the borough. I'm not going to speak for too long. You'll all be very happy to know because it's very warm. It's been a very long night, and I'm going to try and not repeat anything anyone has said, but it's going to be very hard. So I'm just going to push forward. I'm speaking on the Labour motion, Madam Mayor. I will not be voting in favour of this motion, which will come to no surprise, and that's because I don't believe this motion has my residents' best interests at heart. In fact, since being elected, I don't think nothing constructive come from this current Labour cabinet at all. In fact, if anything, you have decimated services one after the other. You have not only implicated, but you have been direct issues and caused direct issues for my residents when it comes to them accessing essential services. When it comes to the current cabinet, I have engaged with some cabinet members on some subjects when it comes to my ward, but there is something that I do want to raise, which is Councillor Addy and her comments about Dewsbury Sports Centre. Dewsbury Sports Centre is something that's been talked about heavily tonight, and I don't want to touch on anything that other people have said, but I think it's important to recognise that Dewsbury Sports Centre was not just a sports centre. It bridged a gap for young people, and we've said this time and time again. This is the same council that cut the youth service so detrimentally that there's a generation of young people out there that don't even know what a youth worker is. They don't know what a youth centre is. That's because these essential services bridge that gap, and now you're closing down these services. In fact, in North Kirklees alone, the closures that you have committed to, there is nothing left in the north of Kirklees. Nothing at all. All there is are potholes that we've reported 12 weeks prior, fly tipping that we've reported 12 weeks prior, and casework, some casework that I'm chasing from May, which is when I was elected. This is some of the casework that we're having to deal with because of your cuts to service, because of your incompetence, and that's what this is. You guys demonstrate incompetence time and time again because you have councillors in portfolios and holding portfolios that you have no knowledge about. You take officer advice, which should be seen as advice, as nothing but gospel, and you push forward with it rather than listening to consultation. And I also want to talk about the consultation that you've put inside your budget. The amount of money that you're spending on consultation, great, but you're not listening to consultation. You're using it as a legality. You are not listening to residents. Your budget shows your plan and your plan only. It doesn't represent the wider community. You've not consulted with appropriate parties or independent councillors, because if you did, there would be a different atmosphere tonight. One more thing I want to recognise. Councillor Bolt mentioned Community Alliance. I think it's important to recognise the cabinet that is here today and the cabinet that was there prior. Absolutely there is. But when you are all applauding and laughing and clapping along, you guys were on side with every decision that was made prior, just like you're on side with every decision that's been made tonight, which is why I believe your motion will fold. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bromwell. Councillor Cooper. Okay, so I rise to speak to the Conservative amendment. And I note the comments of Councillor Armour, who said that he was disappointed that there was no Green Group amendment. What I will say,
is that over 25 years, there have been two occasions when the Conservative group have not produced an amendment. I was disappointed about that. I was. So, you know, you've no idea. I mean, it was not as if I was going to vote for them, but I was still disappointed not to have them. Now, in many ways, I expected more from the Conservative group, a bit more red meat, perhaps. And that was because of the statement by Councillor Joshua Elon Sheard. Who called for a Department of Council efficiency modelled on the Department of Government efficiency that is now wreaking havoc in Washington. Doge, or dodgy, to give it its proper English pronunciation. Given that by far the largest proportion of our funding is to help vulnerable people, it is hard to see where Councillor Sheard would make the cuts needed to save the millions and produce any significant cuts for council taxpayers. And they are in fact, or indeed, any council tax cuts. There are no council tax cuts in the Conservative amendment, despite the statements by Councillor Sheard. Having gone through the budget line by line, I know what significant cuts would mean, the pain they would cause. To do so would be irresponsible. To say you're going to make cuts when you know you can't is just cynical opportunism. I also note that much of what the Conservative budget amendments say are for 1 year only. Gimmicks, you might say, aimed at headlines, but not seriously changing the way the council operates or the services that it provides. On the positive side, I don't think Councillor Sheard, Elon's biggest fan, is going to give us any Roman salutes, or start goose-stepping around the council chamber. My real concern was that he would produce a chainsaw. Sadly, due to woke lefty health and safety rules, he wouldn't be able to wield it during this meeting. But I have a safe alternative for him. The thing is, it's from China. And I'll let him borrow it. Oppose the Conservative amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. It's been a first of many this year. That's the first time we've had props used in a council meeting. Councillor Paula Davies, please.
Thank you, and how do I follow that? I'd just like to speak about to the Liberal Democrat amendment, especially in relation to the bit that provides for the dementia care homes in the future. And I've spoken previously about the worry that residents have about the security of care for dementia people, for dementia patients going forward. How they're worried and how we need some confidence in future provision. We need that to be provided by the authority, not only to make, so we can make this, that we can make quality care, secure care, and not be at the mercy of commercial enterprises who may choose to close homes, move homes, struggle to get the staff, struggle to have all that sort of provision. And that's why the Liberal Democrat amendment supports that. And yes, it is funded by reviewing the cultural heart. And I certainly am not squirming about that decision. I think it's the right thing to do, and that's why it is in our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Councillor Kendrick, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are many pressures faced by social care, both children and adults. We can never predict. Sorry, I'm speaking to the Labour motion. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Madam Mayor. There are many pressures faced by social care, children's services, adults. Day to day, we can't predict when a child needs to be looked after, brought into care, supported, protected. And the same applies to adults. Nobody knows when somebody suddenly becomes ill, needs care, comes out of hospital. It's very difficult to deal with those things. And other things like children's social care, you know, we struggle to get educational psychologists who are absolutely essential to some of the processes, and that is a huge pressure on the service. However, I'm really proud of the savings that children's services have put forward, reviewing the way that children with disabilities receive extra support and care in the community. It's a saving, but actually what is being proposed, I absolutely believe, is the best thing that could happen. What was provided before, I don't think was as good as it's going to be. It's things like reducing those young people who are out of area and bringing them back where we can. That is a saving, but it's actually the right thing to do. And that's part of this budget. It is about mainstreaming multi-systemic therapy, MST. We paid a licence, we found that it's really effective. We can't afford to continue paying licences again and again, but we have trained and brought that back into the service so it continues, and it's really, really important. And growing our own social workers. You know, we still have no agency social workers, and that is a huge saving to this authority. You look at any other council with the number of agency social workers, the cost is phenomenal, and what's right for the children and what's right for the foster carers and families isn't having agency social workers. So I'm proud of those savings. And I suppose I'll ask the question, why doesn't our budget include a new dementia care home? And I'll tell you why. There are 4,500 plus people in Kirklees with dementia. 80% of those want to stay at home as long as possible with their families. And really, what is needed then? And where should the investment be? And the investment is, and Councillor has already mentioned it, that in the specialist daycare that's been built at Murfield, it's expertise, it's absolutely state-of-the-art stuff. It will provide daycare, advice and help to those families and people with dementia. It's also the support that adult services provide so that people can stay in their homes as long as possible. And there are, I think, out of about 44 care homes in Kirklees, 37 provide dementia care. You know, it's why the investment in No Park House has been so essential, and it is an excellent thing. It's really difficult. People talk about what people get for their council tax. They don't value any of the services I've talked about till they need them. And when they need them, by God, is it important to them. So let's remember we are protecting and working as flexibly and innovatively as we can to ensure that those essential absolute services are there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kendrick. Councillor Safdar, please.
I speak in opposition to the Labour motion, Labour budget proposal. The breaking news that the Labour Mayor of London, who I once admired, wants to just announced this evening that he wants to take Donald Trump to a curry, for a curry in East London to show the joy of our diversity. So more unrealistic ideas from the Labour Party. And so his ideas don't add up, and the sums in this budget don't add up. We still have huge concerns about how the Labour Cabinet have based their budget on average, forgetting that they've sold the cheapest and easiest dementia care home cases, dementia patients, so the care of those patients already has been sold off, leaving only the most expensive and complex needs in-house. The idea that they can use any average across the sector is ludicrous, because what's left isn't an average, it's the least profitable, most difficult bits. Now, I sit on with colleagues from different parties, different groups. I believe that councillors should work together. There was talk earlier of collegiate working. There's lots of talented people in all groups, people with business experience in the care sector, foster carers, nurses, medical professionals, people in broadcasting, people who have travelled the world and bring various skills to Kirklees. I believe it's time for this minority administration to really think about the skills on offer across this chamber, because we may have already be home by now. We could have worked out a sustainable plan to get a budget passed maybe before this time. Now, being sat on that particular committee, we read that the auditor had some concerns, and I learned this because I listened to colleagues from other groups, putting my prejudices and differences to one side. And it says here that this is a quote from the auditor, a very highly respected auditor. Considering the constricted revenue budget envelope in which the council is operating, there is a risk that any construction, pause that, construction regarding to some of the cultural hearts, some which I support and some which I've got some serious reservations about, being from a business background. Let's come back to this. Any construction overspends or additional interest costs from unplanned borrowing spillover and impact the revenue position, this could potentially threaten the overall financial sustainability of the council. The council is already struggling, and I sympathise with Councillor Patterson. Yes, we've come through a difficult 14 years, COVID, Ukraine crisis, cost of living, and the awful trust episode has left us with a difficult position. And we have, on multiple occasions, asked the Labour leadership to go to see the Secretary of State for Education, for Health, and work their damnedest to try to save the dementia care homes, to get us more budgets to fix our roads, our broken schools, our damaged community centres, and help improve community relations. As Councillor Lawson said, we're having to send 5 or 6 emails to get a couple of potholes repaired. We're seeing fly tips virtually every street corner. Our residents are being asked to pay more council tax for less services, and those implementing those services, many of those staff, they're exhausted, and their morale is going downhill because they're seeing many of their colleagues lose their jobs. So my final view on this budget is, please listen to campaigners, listen to other councillors. We've got experts who sat in that public room. Some of the experts and some of the amazing campaigners for the Save Dementia Care Home team, they have excellent proposals, and those are the people that should be listened to, because unlike the Labour Cabinet right now, their sums did add up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Safdar. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll be speaking against the Labour motion as it works against my morals and principles, along with my residents in Batley and Dewsbury and the rest of the North. I know the Labour group is easily confused, but it's very simple. Will you halt the unnecessary phases of the Cultural Heart programme to prevent council tax hikes and give back the vital services you are taking away? I'm not sure if this minority administration is in fact looking at the same budget they produced, because all the funds are clearly being allocated to the Cultural Heart programme and the George Hotel and Huddersfield in general. Where is the North in this? Yet you claim all of Kirklees residents should matter. It's very contradictory indeed. In terms of the Dewsbury Sports Centre, it's created a huge negative impact on nearby sports centres, with backlogs of parents trying to get their children in to learn swimming, which is a vital life skill. It is counterproductive to the national policy where they're trying to reduce the waiting list times for health conditions that can be reduced by accessible sports facilities. It's deeply saddening, again, that Councillor Addy says that Dewsbury Sporting Centre is not needed for Dewsbury, or indeed the residents of Batley. It was different when you appealed for your own swimming facilities to be saved. Councillor Bolt, just for the record, I was not in support of the parking permits, and rightly so. I listened and it was reviewed, and we did not implement this at the time, nor would we revisit this. Certainly not under my tenure as a cabinet member. However, it was this Labour. Can I?
When the members be misunderstood, they are entitled to correct it.
Okay.
For a cabinet member to propose a course of action and then say the words in favour of it is hypocritical, if not mendacious.
Could I?
Please continue,
Okay.
Councillor Hussain.
I listened and it was reviewed, and we did not implement this at the time, nor would we revisit it. Certainly not under my tenure as a cabinet member. However, it was this Labour administration that did this. Trying to make money for financially limited revenue avenues is not the way forward. The question tonight for this minority Labour administration is, will you halt the projects that are costing us multi-millions of pounds to fund the necessary services needed for our residents in the north? If you do not, are you saying the north of Kirklees residents do not matter, and that in fact you are purposely allocating funds in their entirety and recklessly to the south? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Councillor Hall. I think you're the last one on the list.
Really? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hey. Thank you, Madam Mayor. My best wishes to everybody that's celebrating any religious festival at the moment. When I looked up today's date, I also found that it's National Absinthe Day and National Cheese Doodle Day, which is what's it to you and me. And I'm sure many of us will be glad of a drink and a packet of crisps when we're finished tonight. I am actually going to confine myself to commenting on the contents of the Conservative amendment, and not the fantasy politics, as Councillor Cooper did, of what wasn't in the Conservative amendment. And so I'm going to start with some comments that Councillor Burke made earlier on, which were uncharacteristically and entirely wrong, which was about accusing us of being in some way ideological about the trade union movement. I have to say, I am not ideological in the least. You would probably find me, it's probably no surprise to many, I have no ideological streak in me at all. But I do know what's practical, and I know what's fair, and I know what's right. And those are the things that I live by. And it has to be said that these savings can be made quite legally. They add up. Remember, these amendments have been passed by senior legal and financial officers who wouldn't let us put things in that weren't achievable. And everybody knows how utterly fastidious the chief financial officers are. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the chief finance officer has also included 1/365th of the cost of the chair he was sat on when he came up with the figure. Well, it was better than that. I must make mention to the cultural heart. Of course, a lot of this has been committed. We can't go around about trying unpicking contracts for things that have already been committed. But the last part of that has not been committed. And this is the event space. And I still have great worries about this event space. If we look at what's been provided in other places, we've got the Peace Hall on our doorstep in Halifax. We've got a new place in Bradford, which has undergone all sorts of woes and setbacks to trying to get that off the ground. We've got a small amphitheatre, arena type thing in Leeds. We've got lots and lots, and we would be vying for competition with all that. And I really do not think at this time that that is going to add up. On the other half of that, of course, we do have to make some more capital spend, and one of those is for leisure services in Dewsbury. Now, I think we've all got to be honest about this. When we put in our amendments, we want a replacement for leisure services in Dewsbury. It is very much that. Because nobody knows what it's going to cost. Nobody knows yet what is required. We don't know what's required because that work hasn't been done yet. And the people of Dewsbury need to be consulted as much as anybody else. And until we really know that, all we can do is put the feasibility in and a marker at some point to say that we intend to fund a replacement at some point. And what we need actually is a commitment from the Labour Cabinet that they are going to do that. I have to pick up on some comments that Councillor Sokol made, and I agree with them wholeheartedly. If we're not careful, we're going to get in awful difficulty by caging this all as a north versus south argument. And it's great for politics, is that, standing up for my residents and all this. But actually, in the long term, I'm not sure that is actually very good for Kirklees at all. I'm very lucky because I have 16 excellent members in my group, 6 from the north, 7 from the south, and 3 from Greater Murfield. And I am acutely conscious that what we ought to be looking at is fairness. We ought to look across the piece and say what is fair and what is right wherever it is. Let's not start picking each other off over certain things. So, Madam Mayor, I commend this amendment to the Council. It does reflect what residents want, and I commend it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Okay, so it looks like we've got through the list of speakers. We shall now move to the votes on the amendments. Sorry, right. Sorry, I'm jumping. I am jumping. So right of reply. It's 10 to 10. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise this evening to speak of the Labour budget, following an evening of entertainment, fun and occasionally humorous debate. This budget reflects our commitment to ensuring the well-being and prosperity of our community, even in the face of significant financial challenges. As we all know, the economic landscape has been turbulent. The effects of global economic shifts, coupled with the ongoing recovery from the pandemic, have placed unprecedented pressure on local government finances and the nation's finances. And who knows what's happening in the world as we sit here having so much fun. Despite these challenges, we remain steadfast in our mission to deliver essential services and support to our residents. The proposed budget for 25-26 is designed to address the 29.3 million shortfall we faced in September, while ensuring that we continue to provide high-quality services. Our approach is multifaceted, focused on efficiency, innovation and community engagement. The net revenue budget for the next financial year is proposed at £389 million. This budget will cover day-to-day spending on vital services such as adult social care for children's services and adults, bin collections, libraries, our green spaces, highways, and addresses the rising demand of homeless residents, which we all know is now a national issue and it's not just affecting us. We are committed to investing in the future of Kirklees. Our capital programme, with a proposed investment of £1.4 billion over the next 5 years, will focus on economic regeneration projects, road and transport improvements, housing and all other infrastructure projects and developments across all parts of Kirklees. Given that most of tonight's debate has been around the capital plan, part of the budget, this £1.4 billion investment is approximately £1 billion general fund, which is approximately £600 million in grants and £400 million borrowing, and approximately £400 million for the HRA, which is ring-fenced for much investment in our housing stock. I worry that the focus on Phase 5 tonight has been difficult to sit here and listen to. The intention is clear. Most of the other 3 groups want to cut this, but the risks carry unintended consequences and costs that we can work together to avoid. Simply removing it will do nothing for the reputation we have in Kirklees, that we don't invest enough and we can't deliver major projects. And to simply remove it without understanding the consequences would be very concerning. In a world where we need to attract investment that is in short supply anyway, West Yorkshire gets less investment than most parts of the country. Anyway, the reputational damage will be devastating for Kirklees. and would reaffirm the view that we are difficult to deal with and can't deliver. And if we didn't do it, we would simply have a pile of rubble, or as we say in Yorkshire, a pile of muck. That's not going to bring people in, it will surely drive them away. All the amendments reference the latest audit report, and I accept that they have a job to do and point out the risks, but none of the amendments reference our response to the report, so it's worth reiterating, which recognises the risks, but clearly states that we have in short got these in view, and by using a gateway process we can continue to examine the business case at each gateway. And interesting, everybody says we can't afford it, but several of the amendments are going to spend it anyway. I don't quite stack that up financially. It doesn't seem you can. Sorry. All right. Okay. We can't afford it. We're still going to spend it. Odd. Anyway, never mind. And this process will continue to be followed as we move forward with the cultural heart. By doing this, we will not make the mistakes of those councils that have found themselves in trouble with the capital expenditure. We are a prudent, efficient council. As can be demonstrated by the fact for the last few years we've always produced a balanced budget, and despite what people think, we have never been anywhere near section 114, and we don't have to go capping out the government to borrow money from the mistakes that we've made. So is the real danger that the budget amendments have unintended consequences. We would therefore like to propose a way forward that allows us to look at all the options, costs and benefits, with as much wider political involvement as necessary. The administration recognised that Phase 5 is a challenge, so we've already commissioned IPW to conduct a full review of Phase 5. This work is real. It was referenced at the recent January Cabinet report. The work is contracted and underway. All options are on the table. The review will help us to understand demand, costs, savings opportunities and alternatives. For example, is the venue still needed? And worth
10
the return on
seconds,
investment.
Councillor Turner.
Sorry? All right, so how important is the car park? Can you do one without the other? What are the different ways? One or two? Thank you, I'll sit down then. Oh, just one final thing. Google's a wonderful thing, so there's been some things being said in this evening about things like the George Hotel that can be found on Google that have been factually wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. We shall now move to the votes. Okay. Do any of the others? Oh, yes. Do they get rights of reply to the amendments? Okay, so we shall now move to the vote.
Order.
Can we have a bit of order in the chamber, please? We shall now move on to the votes on the amendments. So the first vote is on the Conservative amendment. The vote will be by consoles. Please press the green button to vote for the amendment, the orange button to abstain and the red to vote against. So this is the Conservative amendment. Is that everybody who got 63? So false. Yep. Okay, that falls. The next vote is on the Liberal Democrat Group amendment. Again, please press the green button to vote for, orange to abstain and red against. First minute there. Okay, that also falls. The next vote is on the Community Alliance Group amendment. Okay, that amendment also falls. So all the amendments have now been voted on and no amendments have been carried. So we will now move to the vote on the original motion. Are there any further comments on the original motion from members who have not previously spoken on the motion? No.
Carol gets right of reply.
So, right of reply, Carol.
I think I might actually waive my right of reply because it might win a few votes.
Okay, no problem. We'll go straight to the vote. So please vote on the Labour motion. Okay, so move to this. Okay, can we have order in the chamber, please? So that also falls, so looks like no one's leaving at 10 p.m. tonight. The budget motion and the submitted amendments have not been carried, so we will now therefore adjourn the meeting for further discussions to take place between groups. The breakout rooms have been allocated as follows. Labour group will be meeting room 3, the Conservative group will be in meeting room 1, the Liberal Democrats in room 2, Community Allowance in room 4, Community Independence in the Patents Library and the Green Group in the Registry Office. Can I ask group leaders to meet with myself and the Chief Exec? Can we please have one meeting in here? You want me to repeat the rooms? It'd be nice if everyone was quiet and listened carefully the first time round. So, Labour Group, meeting room 3, Conservative Group, meeting room 1, Lib Dems, room 2, Community Alliance, room 4, Community Independence, Patents Library, and the Green Group in the Registry Office. Can I ask all group leaders to initially go to the hospitality room, not the hospital, the hospital. The hospitality room to meet with myself and the Chief Exec to discuss the process. Any groups that have submitted amendments this evening will be entitled to submit further amendments. I'm not going to repeat myself, so please listen carefully. So any groups who have submitted amendments this evening will have the opportunity to submit further amendments that will need to be validated by the Chief Exec and the Director of Finance before they can be presented to the meeting, and approved amendments will then be circulated to all members of the Council prior to the further debate taking place, and you will be advised on when to return to the Chamber. Thank you. The meeting is now adjourned. Hello and welcome back, and happy Thursday everyone. We're now into a new day. Right, so we're going to now pick up from kind of where we left. So We have had 3 revised amendments, so we're now going to move on to the revised amendments. So, like I said, all 3 have been received. So they will be moved and seconded consecutively in the same order as before, after which a debate will take place. So can I ask Councillor Taylor to move the Conservative Group amendment, please? Sorry, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before you, you've got a revised amendment from the Conservative Group, which we are hoping will gain support from all corners of the chamber. And I'll go through the revisions in it so that you are aware exactly what's in there. We've reduced slightly the cost of the Kirklees clean-up we are providing, and this will be allocated on need. Further down, the introduction of Christmas week bin collections. What we are proposing is that money is put in as a provision for that to happen this year, subject to it being agreed that it is feasible and it can happen. If it happens this year and is successful, we would then ask that it gets put in a further budget next year so that it can be continued. We're very keen that this stays in our amendment, as we think it would be a very popular and necessary measure for residents. Members will note that the money for Dewsbury Sports Centre feasibility and further down in the capital has been removed. We have sought assurances from the Leader of the Council that work is underway to identify the needs of the Dewsbury area as regards to leisure facilities, and that all the necessary consultation will be done, and that in good time the Cabinet will come up with a plan to replace that. And I have accepted those assurances that that can be done. The cultural heart has been slightly reshaped in that we have left some money in year 5. We haven't taken it all out. So this will go somewhere hopefully to assure members that there will not be a hole left in the corner of Huddersfield, and in fact there is a little bit of money left in there to make it right and do something which is more demanded. In order to make our revised amendment a little bit more appealing to the members in the chamber, you will notice we have reduced the trade union facility time reductions. We are sensible to the feelings of others, and we hope that will be well received. Because that left a hole to pay for everything, we are proposing to use the VRP reserve, which is voluntary revenue provision. This is to do with the MRP, and we've advised that we've made some over provision for MRP, and so we're going to take that out. But you'll notice that revenues do increase in year 5. Cleckheaton Town Hall, the capital for that is staying in. That, of course, will be subject to a good business plan of how the place is going to run. And the money has come out of year 1 because we think that with the contracts that need to be signed and the work that needs to be done, that will take a year. And so we've put it in year 2, but there's 7.5 million remaining in there for that. So we have made tweaks to our amendment. I'm hoping that people will regard those tweaks as acceptable. And we hope to gain support from all corners of the chamber, because we have to face up to the responsibility that we've got to set a budget tonight. I think residents expect us to be responsible and to step up to that. So I look forward to the support of members. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Is that seconded? Councillor Taylor?
Seconded and reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to the revised amendment from the Liberal Democrat group. Can I invite Councillor Lawson to move the revised amendment, please?
Good morning, Mayor. I agree with some of the, and we've tried to use some of the same philosophy that the Conservatives have used in their amended amendments. We have stripped back quite severely some of our asks in that same bid to appeal to more of the chamber, and hope that it will be acceptable to all corners of the chamber in a similar way. We have remaining the Clackheaton Town Hall investment, which starts in year one, because we believe that there is £1 million worth of work you can do in year one. We believe that that is possible, with a further £2 million in the next 3 years, ending in 28-29. We have, let me just check. We have reprofiled the highways unclassified roads as highways local safety schemes in years 4 and 5 to be used across the borough. We have kept our ward budgets increase by 10,000. We believe that that money is better spent by ward councillors, because their communities know where that money is better focused. Now, there has been some talk about the money for those ward budgets coming from the reduction in growth budgeted for adult social care demand. When we were all doing our hard work on our amendments, when we were spending the weeks that we took on that, we went into that. We did not touch the children's budget because we realised just what kind of pressures there are in there. But it was felt that a small amount of the £9 million that's been put in there for extra pressure was acceptable, and that was passed by the same team that has passed the budget, Labour's budget. So we took advice on that, and we were told it was acceptable, and we've gone with that. We have took the same advice, and we've took the same path as the Conservatives in our amendment, that an amount we've nominally left £15 million in phase 5, on the same understanding that, and we did in the first amendment, that we had £1 million there as a marker that said something needs resolution there, something needs resolution on that site. £15 million, £1 million, I think £50 million is probably more accurate, but we didn't have access to those sums when we first made our amendment, so we put a finger in the air and said £1 million as a marker. So that, in short, is our amendment. I hope you can find we have made some very big compromises to attract votes across the chamber. In short, that's our amendment, and I hope you will find that easy to vote for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Is that seconded?
I'll second that and reserve the right.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. We will now move on to the Community Alliance Group revised amendment. Can I invite Councillor Scott to move, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning. First and foremost, can I thank the council staff that have remained back here tonight? They've worked tirelessly on things for us tonight, and we can't thank them enough. So I think we're at a point tonight, we're exhausted, and we've put a lot of effort into this. But as you'll see from our budget amendment, again, it's only a small amendment. And some facts were alluded to earlier this evening that we'd only put 1 year in. Well, 2026 is an all-out elections, and this is really important, what's going to be said. It's a very dangerous ground we're on. Our budget was about talking to communities, listening to communities, and providing what they want. We're maintaining our stance. You need to stop, halt, phase 5, and actually redistribute that wealth in the north of Kirklees and other areas. It can't be sustained, and everything that we asked, I'm not going to go through the list, but every area that we asked for tonight, my speech remains the same. Put back what you've stripped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Is that seconded? Councillor Zaman?
Yeah, I second that, Madam Mayor, but I also want to make a point that the residents of North Kirklees have been on the receiving end of a political stitch-up this evening. This chamber has taken their health and well-being with no resources, their educational resources, by not funding the Batley Library, taxi licensing and the Registrar Office and other vital services out of their hands. Tonight it has been made clear Batley and Dewsbury does not matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zaman. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that we suspend rules 14 brackets 14 to enable us to move straight to a vote rather than have a debate.
Is that... Okay. Can we, right, okay, we're going to just we'll move to the vote on that. Yeah? Please vote using your consoles, please. Okay, that is carried. So we are now going to go straight to the votes on the amendments. So we're going to vote in order that the amendments were received and heard. So we will be voting firstly on the revised Conservative Group amendment. Please vote using your consoles. And can I just reiterate, can we please just have one meeting in here, please? You don't need to use your voice to press the console button. Right, that is carried, so that now becomes the substantive motion. So we're now going to go back and vote for the proposed Labour motion with the amended as a whole. Okay? Can we vote using consoles again, please? We are only going to have one meeting in here, please. Right, that is carried, and that brings us to the end of the meeting tonight. Thank you everyone for cooperating. It's been a long night. Safe journey home. Good night.